There we go. That should work. Good morning, folks. Welcome to another Chicken Billiards stream. In collaboration with the ELO stream system, coming to you from the V Lounge in Victoria. This is our tournament today. I just got to do a few things here. It's the year-end tourney for the Wednesday night group that has been playing down at the V Lounge. Deepak Hemnani organizes this, promoting a lot of pool over in Victoria. I had a long conversation with him the other day, and just the different things that he's done, and the response from the players. Excuse me. The response from the players out in that area has been fantastic. It's going to be 8-ball. It's handicapped based on the old A+ letter system. They will have a break and run pot. It's a little over $600 right now. Oh. I know why I'm getting that echo. I had the audio from another feed coming in. Took me a second to find it. So we've got 2 tables. Well, they've actually got 6 tables in the venue. We've got 2 with cameras on them. Okay, I thought I would have to double check that. And there we go. We've also got the tournament bracket here. Let me see. There it is. So the draw's already been done, as you can see. A few familiar names in there. I'm not familiar with a lot of the, I'm not familiar with many of the folks over in Victoria. I don't play over there very often, but I do remember Brad Raudio. He moved there a few years ago. Some of these names I recognize from other tournaments and social media. I've seen their posts and their questions and stuff. I'm just going to see if I can put 2 tables together here. See if we can't get a little bit more information on here. It's been a while since we've done a 2-table feed. Let's see, what does that look like? Yeah, that'll work. You can still see what's going on both. They're just trying to sort out a scorekeeping issue with table 1. And then we should be underway. Oh. Something else I can do here. We'll just get that music playing. And then, oh, and there's this too. Tomorrow, we've got a 16-man 10-ball challenge from the, nope, that's on September 23rd. Tomorrow, we have the Tournament of Titans Invitational coming from the Metro Coffee Bar and Billiards in Vancouver. And then next Saturday, we'll have this one. I don't have a poster for the one at the Metro tomorrow, but I'm working on it. We'll see if we can't get that done today. All right. So, like I said, this is the end of season tournament, the season ending tournament. For the 8-ball league, they've been running out of V Lounge. If it comes, I've got the social media ticker overlay supposed to be working, but it's only working for comments from YouTube. Facebook has changed some sort of permission, and now it's not working for Facebook. So, always fun. They're just warming up. And then they'll get going. We're going to have Clark H. Let me just see if I can... I just want to see if I can sort something out here real quick. Right. Instant replay. That's what I have to do. And it looks like we're underway with Brad Raudio and Michael. Oh. Sorry, a lot of screens to look at here. Michael Murray. That's his name. They're going to get underway. As well as Barry Caskey and Clark Hayes. Should be a couple of pretty good matchups. A plus versus a B plus and an A plus versus a B. So if I'm correct, Clark's going to have to race to 7 and Barry will race to 4. Whereas Brad will race to 7 and Michael will race to 5. Look like those are dynamo tables. Oh, of course. They're going to 5 and 3 and 6 and 3. Okay, so they've dropped it by 1, I think. Okay, well. Regardless, we'll just go with what they've put on the screen. It'll take me a little bit to learn everybody's names. That's Brad on the right. Rack didn't come apart very well, but he'll pick his way through it. Sorry, I know I'm a little distracted this morning. Just finishing off a few little things, sorting things out. You know how it goes. We'll get back into the groove of these things, this thing here, and you ready to go. That 8-ball passes the 4 and the 7 on that left table. I'm going to say this is Clark. We'll know in a second. Meanwhile, on the right-hand table, Brad going to try and go into the 5. Hit that cue ball through it. Oh, just missed the 5. Broke the 12 free. Didn't clear up any of his balls, though, out of that cluster. So Michael's going to have some work to do. At least he's got something he can start with. So that was actually Barry on that left table with a nice clearance. Michael trying to cut the 11 in and break out the 10 and 14. He's left the 11 in the pocket, but he's pushed the 5 into a position where Brad can break the 1 and the 6 out. The problem with this is if you do go into that 5 and you come in here, you're pushing everything in this direction. Which, with this pocket being covered by that ball and this pocket covered by that ball, you're really hoping that one ball can push the 6 over and get out. But you're gonna have to hit the 9 to push the 6 towards the left side rail. Well, tough to reach that from there. I'm not sure, but there may be room to cut the 1 down. Oh, he's going to bank the 4. Meanwhile, Barry breaking on that left table. I'm going to call that table 1, even though it's actually table 2. I'll call it table 2. Good break. Template rack. Making sure the balls are tight, but unfortunately, nothing is dropped. So Clark coming to the table, trying to draw level. You'll notice with bar tables that cue ball always has that, or can often have a funny little wobble at the end of it, just because of the cloth. Usually, I don't believe they're using standard cue balls, so there's no heavy cue ball or oversized cue ball. Brad just pushing that 4 ball a little bit long on the bank side. Michael to the table with a couple of options to start with. I'm not sure what he sees at the cluster. I think he's going to have to plan a second shot over there, take the 15. Try and just come out. Oh, I think he's drawing off this. He's going to come back with bottom right. Nope, straight off the rail. Meanwhile, Clark not able to squeeze that 10 ball past the 6. And Michael just trying to leave Brad on the end rail. Could cause some issues here. The 1 ball, if he takes it to the side, he's probably going to run into the 4. He might just miss it, but either way, it's a dicey calculation, trying to figure out exactly where the cue ball is going to go. Hey, Del, no problem. Hey, David, sorry, it's 1 table's on end and 1 table's on the side. Both Barry and Brad at the table now. Brad on the left, Barry on the right. Sorry, Brad on the right, Barry on the left. And the 1 ball wobbles into that corner pocket. If I'm looking at this too, there's lots of room to put that past the 13. You do need the cue ball to stop. May take it the other way now. Just checking to see how he can get from the 2 to the 6 to the 8. He's going to try and squeeze his cue ball through here. If he does, you see that's the pocket line. He wants to be, well, yeah, he'll be on the left side of it. Oh, he might not be. Yeah, he's got enough angle. He can draw off the 6 right into there. Straight draw. Oh, Clark just hanging that ball in the corner pocket. That's going to pose a problem for Barry's 6 ball. And Brad allowing a little bit too much angle there. Pushes the 6 ball around. Barry trying to clear that pocket up and then get up table to get safe. He's not done a bad job. There's only one problem with this is he has left the 9 ball. And if Clark can make that 9 ball top right corner pocket, the cue ball will come 2 rails. Could come 2 rails and push that 8 free. Although if he hits it soft, it might. Oh, it did come out. He's got another opportunity to hit it again. He would prefer not to, but you're going to have a lot of speed on the cue ball here. Barry with one more opportunity. Michael, meanwhile, needs to get back to the other end of the table and clean up that cluster, those balls down there. And he'll be able to notch the first game. Leaving Brad on the 50-yard line between the pockets here, but he'll most likely cut that in the corner, bottom left. And now the bank corner, right back to where the cue ball is. I think Clark's also, no, he tried to cut the 11 in. He's got to watch he doesn't make the 8. Oof, that was close. But Brad's made the 8. Has he scratched? Nope. The cue ball misses it by about a third of a diamond. So he'll take game number 1. He's going to 5. And Barry double hit the cue ball there. Can be tricky to do when you're tight to a ball. Six tables going at the V Lounge in Victoria, BC, Canada. If you're just joining us, this is the end of season tournament for the Handicapped 8-Ball League that runs out of there. It's not really a league, it's just a Wednesday night tournament. So Clark evens it up 1-1. Brad with a decent break. But I don't believe he's made anything. So Michael's going to come to the table with lots of room. Of course, there's a problem for high ball, but there's a problem for low ball. And even the 6 isn't a golden opportunity, so it's really dependent on how you can move the cue ball, because there isn't a high ball around here that you can use to break it out, but there's a lot of work to be done on the low ball. Oh, and he didn't do a bad job getting through there. A little bit risky though. You've got a very small line off that ball to hit these, and could easily have made the 8 in the side. Now, can he keep this straight enough to just come off there and straight into him? He's headed down towards a 9. Is he going to get it clear? And now the next question is, how much angle does he have on this ball? Can he come this way? Or could he even possibly draw in behind them? Whichever one's going to give you enough speed to get them clear of the area. Well, and this is where that old adage, if you can't make 6, or if you can't make 8, don't make 6. I'm not sure what he's looking at here. Some sort of safety, maybe? Or a bank? He's called the right side pocket. But I'm not exactly sure what he's going to end up doing with it. Oh, he tried to kick it. Brad's just going to clean up this end of the table. Meanwhile, very frozen to that 14. He's got to watch the double kiss if you're going to play it that way. That's going to be a foul with no rail after contact. Did he not see that? No, he had to have seen that. He didn't see it. There was no. Oh. Shoot. So I put the replay input in there, but I forgot to start it. So I was going to check the replay on that and make sure that I was correct, that he didn't spin back and get a rail or anything, but can't do it. I agree, Dave. But being over on the island, you know, don't get a chance to play Brad much anymore. But good that he's still playing. It's a pretty good shot. Is Brad looking to see if he can squeeze that 3 through there? Maybe a little bit of carom action in that corner. That'll work. Clark tried to play a safety there, but didn't get it to hold. Now, there's a lot of up and down table here, but I believe you have to take the 2 next here for Brad on the right-hand table. And I think he's just lining up the 1. So anything in this half of the, or this part of the table will be good enough for the 1. The trick will be making sure you stay off of this rail so that you can put the spin on it that you need for the next shot, because off that 1 you'd like to come back into that same area. You may have to play top spin on it if you don't have access to the full cue ball. But it's a moot point now because Michael's at the table. Clark on the left, trying to see how much of that, I think that's the 12 ball, does he have? Looks like he's cutting the 15 in. Nope, just playing safe, tying up the 1 ball. We haven't done too many streams out of the V Lounge. Did a little bit of practice last week, but it seems to be working well. I don't know if all of these players have been on a stream before, but plus it is before noon, right? Just barely. But morning pool, can sometimes be tough. Brad's a little straight in this too, but he should be able to squeeze enough angle out of it to get that cue ball back out into the middle of the table. I'm not sure if that has come far enough, but looks like it might be. And it's close to where he's going to reach, so he should be able to draw this out of there. Or, failing being able to draw it out, he can run it through. He did fairly well with the cue ball. Maybe came a little closer to scratching in the side pocket than he wanted. But if he had made the 1, the cue ball wouldn't have been there, so probably would have ended up fine on the 8. Oh, and Barry almost squeezes that 3 ball on the side. Now, Clark could cut that 12 into the 13, make the 13, and use the 12 to come back across and break out his other ball. But he's content to play another safety, wait for his opportunity. Some of us have more patience than others, and some of us will tend toward the aggressive style of play. Either one's fine. Whatever gets you the W. There's the W for Brad on the bottom or on the right hand table. Clark does get the 15 free, but now he's got to control this cue ball and bring it inside the 7-8. It's a very small landing area here. Oh, he's got the 13 over there as well. Or 14, sorry. So he's got room to maneuver. That's going to be a little heavy, is it? Just a little. Oh, that was so close. Well, it looks like he's got a little bit of angle to the right off this 14, so he's gonna have to play. I don't believe he's got that much angle that he can come out and back. I think he has to play up that 2 rail and try and hold it between those 2 lines. Somewhere in there. Oh, that's going to go too far. This is not going to be easy. I don't know if they allow jump shots there or not, but if that 6 ball wasn't there, it would probably be perfect. Oh, what a shot. You gotta be kidding me. Jacks up, Massey's around the 6. Oh, what a shot. 15, perfect. That was incredible. And just about pulls off a nice little bank on the 8 ball. I gotta watch that again. Oh. Sorry, I thought I adjusted the audio to 0 and adjusted the speed to 0, so it was never gonna play. Nicely done. Well, I'm glad we got that in full screen replay. But it's Barry at the table. If he can keep control of this cue ball here. Believe it or not, the toughest ball to play shape on in this whole table up here is this one. Because it has options and distance to the pocket. These others, I mean, your area of optimization is absolutely huge. He's going to go after it now. If he can see the one, that was a great shot. If he can see the one, this should be over. Oh, this might be tricky here. He's going to have to slow roll this to get the cue ball to go to the horn. Dangerous, could scratch here. Meanwhile, Brad on the right. Just dropped the 6, rolling out to pretty decent shape on the 8. Doesn't want to be right tight to the rail, but close enough that he can still grab it is nice. So Clark getting game number 3. Played that smart. Played defense when he needed to. And offense when he could. Speaking of offense, that'll be Brad getting game number 2. I'll be right back, folks. I forgot to put a pot of coffee on. There we go. Thanks for your patience, folks. Coffee's on. Be ready soon. In the meantime, Barry with a nice combination. That 5 ball's in a decent spot now, but does he have anything else? He may have to clip that 3 in the side and try and hit the gap for the 4. It always looks like you have to hit these ones thinner than you do. Well, it looks like that 4 ball goes up to the corner. It's not a bad angle to take it from. Meanwhile, Brad on the bottom table trying to pull back for the 10. Looks like he's there. Similar thing here for the 11. Wants to make sure he has a workable angle on the 11 so that it doesn't just punch the 8 out of the way. Oh, that's going to be a little bit more angle than he wanted. He's going to come over and shoot the 14, but when he shoots the 14, is that the 9? Or is that the 1? I think that's the 1. When he shoots this, he has to make sure that the cue ball will come forward and back and that the 1 ball doesn't stay in the road of the 13 either. Oh, that works. He's thin on the 13 to the side, though. The benefit to being that thin on the 13 is your cue ball is going into that 8 and 11 somewhere. Not sure how that's going to work out. Oh, and he just double horns a 13. Clark, meanwhile, starting to warm up, feel confident on the table. Plays that 2-rail shot. It's always easier to play the 2-rail shot on that one than the 1-rail because the 2-rail shot kind of brings you towards the 8 and the 1-rail shot will bring you along the 8. And there it is. Clark leading 3-1. Brad up 3-0. Michael wants to get on the board. He'd love to do that starting now. Good stance, good posture there. Jumped up on his shot though. That can sometimes lead for some inconsistent cue ball contact and a little bit of difficulty controlling it. Probably won't jump up here. Only still lifted his head a little bit. You might not think it makes a big difference, folks, but keeping your head still, same thing in golf. You move your head, you move your body, things are then not aligned. Brad trying to call it in the side. I think he called it in the side or he called it in the corner. Oh, couldn't get past the 2. That's going to open it right up for Michael. Meanwhile, Barry trying to get number 2. It's a long cut on the 15. Oh, he was trying for the side. I would have thought he was going for the corner there. My mistake. The players are controlling the score. That is not me. So if there's a scoring error, it's all on them. It's their fault, not mine. Michael's looking pretty good to go from the 5 to the 2. Really just want to play this as if it's a stop shot and just have the cue ball bounce out about a foot, foot and a half maybe. Oh, and he's overcut the 5, missed it on the end rail. Not exactly sold out here, but Brad should be able to shoot the 13 bottom right and draw the cue ball up the rail for the 11. Oh. Brad's turn to rattle a ball. Now, can Mike squeeze that? Is that the 4 or the 2? Past the 5 ball? The 5 ball is orange. I know that. Yes, he can. And now, same thing here. This is a pretty standard shot. If you're not practicing this in your home pool room, either one rail to this point or 2 rails to this point. You can adjust that a little bit as well, but it should be a fairly standard shot in your repertoire. Oh no, is he going to get clear? I think he's got a shot at it. And so for Michael to get on the board, it's going to the side rail. Little too far outside. But he hasn't left Brad much. A difficult cut to either corner. The long banks, not any easier. It's a bar table, and we all know how crazy bar table rails can be. And Brad just trying to set the cue ball on the end rail. Give Michael as little of that cue ball to work with as possible. Well, unfortunate he made Brad's ball, but it does give Brad less options. Not really from there, but anywhere else on the table. This may force Brad to just go for this. Which he does, but he's left it by the head string. So Michael will get another crack at the 8 ball. That looks good. And it is right in the heart. You can only give your opponent so many chances before they are going to bury it. Meanwhile, Barry trailing Clark 3-1. See if he can cut this in and roll forward ever so gently for the 14. And now it's a matter of just getting a look at the 8. Any kind of look at that 8 almost will work. I think he's blocked by the 2. He can either masse it or jump. I'm not entirely convinced that he can't. No, he can't see it just by a hair. Wow, that's a close spot. with some of those, you know, you just might want to elevate your cue just a little bit. Aim three quarters of an inch to the left of your contact point, and softly hit it, and it will spin back. Just a little soft masse. But he's going to get the short cue. That means he's strapping a parachute on that cue ball. And in the dart style of jumping. Oh, just didn't get over the 2. So close. Those are not easy to do. Clark not wasting any time. He's got ball in hand, so he's taking out that 7 ball right now. Probably trying to follow the roadmap now with the 1. Might have wanted to leave the 6 there for the 8 shape. And that looks like what he's doing. All depends on what he's trying to do here. Whether he's going to draw it back for the 5 or go for the 4. Eyeball's kind of in the road to cue this, though. Maybe he can slide by it. Nope, it's going right over the edge. Sorry, 2 ball. Two rails and back out to center for the 6. Got a little bit too much. Nope, it's all right. Thought that was going to go another foot. Wow, just rattled the 6, leaving Barry an opportunity to come back to within 1. That's gonna work. Meanwhile, Michael trying to get on the hill. He's not gonna get there in this visit unless he pulls off something fantastic. Gonna reverse bank the 3. He's trying to play it off that 10 ball. He's so still, I wonder that the camera's frozen, but then he moves. He's made the call with the 3 in that left-hand side pocket. Well, he hasn't made things easier for Brad. But he didn't help his own cause too much either by burying that 7 in there. Or 3. That's a 3, isn't it? Is he trying to fit it between the rail and the 15? That's a heck of a shot. Could go. Could go. Oh, he did not miss that by much. Nice try. Brad's got a good opportunity here. Just needs to play one good positional shot to get over to the 12. Well, I don't believe taking the 13 has any advantages. That 15 to the side, though, could get you over there to shoot the 12. Just like that. That's an improvement. And that's Brad's experience showing there. Realizing he's got a low percentage out, so he'll just play a small containing safety. Most likely won't get a foul out of this, but if he does, bonus. Michael working out the math to kick that 7 out in his head. Clark, meanwhile, got a thin cut on the 12, but if he can keep control of the cue ball, could be a very interesting turn of events on the other table. Meanwhile, unfortunately, Mike hit that a little short. He's not going to get the ball or the rail. So, Brad Radio, ball in hand. 3 balls and the 8 ball left. Sorry for that, folks. Bump the mic. Brad able to create enough angle on that 12 to get out for the 13. Should be able to slowly roll this one in and hold the cue ball there for the 8 ball in the right hand bottom corner. Elected to go into it. Still going to be able to see it, but it's a lot thinner of a cut than I thought he'd have. Clark on that left table with a nice little safety. And Brad, the first to get to the hill with a 4-1 lead. It's Clark trying to kick his high ball in. But he's broke out. Sorry, that was Barry. He's broke out Clark's balls, so shouldn't have much to do to figure out this rack. In the meantime, coffee's ready. I'll be right back. Clark, look at the take game number 6 and take the 4-2 lead. Needs a good little bounce there. That should do it. Meanwhile, on table 1, Michael with ball in hand. You know, every pool table is a puzzle. You've got to figure out the way to get out. And some ways are going to be a little bit more obvious, and some ways are going to have a lot more options and problems to consider. Clark with a break. Needs this one to get on the hill. Barry just needs one more. If Michael can, well, I was thinking he might go down there towards the 2, take care of the 2, and in doing so, come back up table, use the 5 to get on the 3, and that's how you take care of the 3, because right now the 3 is a little tricky. I do have the players' Fargos here. Let me bring that up. I thought I had them. I'll have to look at the files that were sent to me. Clearly, I have missed one. Michael's trying to take the 3 off the 14 in the corner. This will be one heck of a shot if he makes it. Well, he didn't miss it by a whole lot. He hit the left edge of the 14 instead of the face of it. So I know I have had less satisfactory results. Brad trying to decide how he's going to play that 14-15. I think you might just play safe here for Brad. And believe it or not, that's probably your highest percentage safe with the cue ball. You're not going to give up. You're not going to get ball in hand. Well, he's going to take the 10 ball on. Oh, and he's played a nice safety there. I don't believe Michael has an edge. Clark, with a possible 4 balls left in this match, but that cue ball's getting away from him. He needs it to stop. That'll work. I believe Clark has the 12 ball. That's also an issue. Twelve or the 10. Tough to tell. Michael working on kicking the 2 into this bottom right hand corner on that table. Clark threw the cue ball around. Is he going to get the 15? He's going to get a shot at the 15. Well, he could shoot either ball. Neither one is going to be particularly easy. And just by the very nature of this ball being in this position on the end rail, that's going to alleviate a lot of pressure from Brad. And he should be able to shoot fairly freely without worrying about selling out, as they say. Well, he's broke him out, but he's left Michael nothing. Mike trying to work out a path to this 2-ball. There's not really much there. You've got the 1-rail kick at it off the side rail. And Clark trying to kick his 14 is going to give it back up to Barry. Barry on the hill. Can he put it away? Michael's calling the 2-ball in the left, bottom left corner. He'd love to get this down and go on the hill. Clark wanted to roll forward and take the 6 to the side. He's going to bank the 1. Oh, but the cue ball's going to come out. It's a great effort from Michael there. Barry, however, wants that shot back. Clark has this high ball into the bottom left corner. Cue ball will come, well, it might come to the other side of the 2-6-1. Both trailing players at the table right now. Barry trying to decide how to break that 1-6 out. I think you need to draw into it right now, but he's going to go 2 rails and around it. Another opportunity for Clark. Oh, so close with that ball in the top left corner. Michael, meanwhile, looking at the carom bank. You can try and play the 2 off the 9 into the rail and bank it towards that top right-hand corner pocket. Mike taking a real long look at this too. Gonna try and bank it to the right-hand side. Yeah, getting that 2-ball to come backwards off that 9 was always going to be a hard go. Well, I get it. I get it. You know, he's taking his time because Brad's on the hill and you don't want to make a mistake. Because Brad plays a pretty good game of pool. If you make a mistake, you could be out of the set real quick. Brad's pretty straight in the 15 is why he was taking another look at this, but I think he's got room to go 2 rails and back out. Oh, he wants to go that a little further so he can shoot the one in the bottom right corner. There you go. Now Clark. Didn't they have those names backwards last minute ago? Oh, regardless, I believe that's Clark, and he's going to be up 5-2-2. Brad's going to play that 9 in the side, but is he going to try and hold the cue ball there or roll it around the table for the 12? He's holding it right there. I thought there was a lot of angle on that one. There was not, clearly. And then 2 rails all the way back up to the center head spot. Oh, 3 rails. Needs to bounce off that end rail. Oh no, Brad on the hill pushes that 8 ball into the far horn on the side pocket. That'll bring Michael back. You won't have to take too much time deciding what to do on this one. He's not hooked. He's not kicking 2 rails at it. So he's probably feeling like, finally I can see a ball. But Brad played that correctly. For the most part, right? When you get to that point, you don't want to oh shoot, lost my train of thought there. Yeah, when your opponent gets down to 1 ball last, you don't want to let him see it. So he did a good job of keeping it free and clear of a visible path line right up until the end. Oh, and he just misses the corner bank. If Michael can strike this 2 properly. Michael tight to the 2 ball, has some work cut out for himself here. That's in. Looked like a decent shot too, although he wants that cue ball to stop. To get to the hill. That top match on the left-hand side is a hill match as well. And that's in. Oh, watch the cue ball. Oh, and it stays out of the side pocket. Michael with a big sigh of relief there, I bet. So both tables go into the hill. Let's check in with some of the other well, it doesn't look like anybody is up and running. Okay, yeah. I have to reload that page. The way I brought it into the system, it's a little different. Just trying something new. And it's not as intuitive as I would have liked, but it's all right. So Clark defeating Barry, he will advance to play the winner of this match that we're watching on the other table. Just waiting to see who they put up on the other table. Mr. Rowdio working his way through. He's got to figure out something to do with that 9 ball. 12 goals, 12 ball isn't a big deal. 12, 11, 9. But how do you get onto the 9? There's balls in the road. Trying to do it from the 12 might be a little tough. Here he goes. He'll try and roll the 12 in as gently as he can. That gives him the 11 with some angle. That 9 ball doesn't go in this bottom left corner, does it? If he's wired on that, you got to take it now. I don't think it goes. I don't think it goes by the 3, but... Oh, what a beautiful shot. Threads it right through there. That was perfect. Gets that cue ball right between. What a
beautiful shot.
5, 6,
Threads
7, and 3
right
through there. Perfect on the 9. You can just stop it right there. And the 8 in the side for the win. Mr. Rowdio trying to advance to round number 2. There it is. Brad Rowdio defeats Michael Murray. All right, we're just gonna bring up that sheet that I had there a second ago. Where was it? There it is. So there, as you see, Linda Quinnell defeated Jay Parson. Michael Liu defeated Craig Walters, so they'll face off on the A side. And then along with Terry McCallum defeating Tim Tachita and Marco Rivera defeating Linda Weeb. All these other matches are underway. They're about 2/3 of the way through the first round. In the meantime, Telly O and Tony H, they're doing battle. Oh. No, Dave. For some reason, I'm really tired today. Haven't been sleeping so well the last few days, so even at noon, I'm like, maybe I can squeeze a nap in here. Let me see if I can pull up. Let me see if I can pull up that bracket for you. There you go. The link is in the comments. The link to the bracket. Not sure who's going to be up next on table number 1. Could be, and it looks like it's going to be Chris Carroll and Deepak Hemnani, our tournament organizer, Mr. Deepak. Coming to Victoria by way of India and Nebraska. I know, left the pool scene in Nebraska to come up here. What? Crazy is that? They've got to finish the score on the race before them and then type their own names in. There we go. They've got the score sheet changed, scoreboard changed. Kelly going to 4, Tony going to 3. Same thing with Chris and Deepak, 4 and 3. Chris Carroll, I know probably his brother Sean Carroll plays a pretty darn good game of pool, I'll tell you that. And I'm betting the whole, apples that fell out of the tree are probably pretty close together, so Chris will probably play fairly well as well. Rated an A+ in this system. Let's see what Mr. Deepak can do today. Pushing the 2 ball past the 10. It's got a big wobble zone, these pockets do. They're not the 4 inches the pros play on. Pretty standard bar table stuff. So if y'all are watching, if you wouldn't mind sharing the stream, I'd really appreciate it. It's one of those things that helps expose people to pool. Sharing it, getting it on your feed so that other people see it. Chris has got some work to do on the 13. He doesn't mind pushing the 8-ball to the side rail. It opens up the 11 a little bit rather than having it right in front of the 11. Blocking access to it. He's going to play safe. Tried to get in behind the 11. I think he's left the 3. Deepak just trying to figure things out here. Looks like he's going to try and clip the 3, bring the cue ball 2 rails in behind, and give up the 13-12 from the other side. Oh, might have been even trying to get in tight to the 6. But he didn't open anything up, so Chris still has a lot of work to do here. Chris trying to get back into that little spot behind the 11 and 8. But the cue ball has leaked out. I think Deepak's trying to roll the 1-ball past. We'll see in a minute. Well, he's separated them a little bit. He's made life a little bit more difficult for Chris's 15 ball. And while Deepak can see the 1 if he gets back to the table, that 3 ball's still going to be an issue. Deepak may be able to draw off this 1 into the 12 and push the 3 over the side pocket. He's hitting low on the cue ball. Oh, and he's missed the 12. Yeah, you're right, Tyler. He could have banked the 3 right then. Cutting the 6 ball in the oh no, he's just trying to. Oh, look at that. He's opened up the 3 and he's tied up the 14 or the 12, sorry. Oh, maybe that's the 10. What are those two straight balls up at the other end? Those look like the 12 and the 15. Oh, 11 and 15? Yeah, that might be it. Chris taking the 13, trying to draw off the 12. Even if the 12 bounces too much, you've still got a pocket near there. Chris trying to find another path. That 12 ball's come too far out to make now. Nice cut on that left-hand table, but he's left a long 8. Gonna bank it back to that pocket on the top left he just indicated. Banks it almost straight up and down. Chris trying to play safe, I believe. Just rolling that cue ball, hoping it gets to the rail in behind the 11 ball, but it's not going to. And he gave the old, it rolled away indication. Meanwhile, Deepak just trying to roll the 6 in the corner. Hold the cue ball there for the 3. I think it's going to hit the end rail. No, it's going to fall. Wow. That was so close. He'll roll the 3, probably with the same pace. Doesn't need to have anything on it. That's the bar table for you, sir. Slides that 8 ball down the rail like it's nothing. Oh, we got the same names on both scoreboards. What's up with that? think Deepak will have to take care of that once he gets it sorted out, but they'll have to keep score on their own. And I think that was Telly that won the first one. Oh, Deepak just gets by that side pocket. Now the 2 ball does go by the 3. He's just going to roll this super slow, let it wobble in past that corner pocket. Not a bad effort. Not much more he could have done there. Chris bringing that cue ball back out into the center of the table. He'd love to take the 9 and hold it there for his other strike ball by the 8. I think that's the 14. He's going to have to slow roll this one, though, if he wants to hold it. Just like that. Chris finding the groove. It's like he's starting to get that cue ball onto a leash here. You know, Deepak was telling me yesterday that, or the other day, that when he first started, they were, he was finding a bit of a challenge to get 8 players. And now I think he said there was 42. I mean, they said they had to cut it off at, I think it was like 30 something players. But last time they had 42 people try and sign up. And he's got everything from a Banks ring game going there on some Wednesday nights to 8 ball to 9 ball. He varies the game. Some chips tournaments. So some nice Wednesday fun at the V Lounge in Victoria. Oh, there they got the Telly and Tony back up on the right screen. Chris and Deepak at 1. For those of you who are interested, the MVP Racks Open is going on right now. Looks like Alex Kazakis has advanced to the A-side final with Jose Delgado. Oh, big tournament for those two. Oh, that's not the A-side final. That's the B-side. Oh, overcutting the 14 ball. He's going to leave a fairly routine out up here. One ball on the side. The cue ball will head towards this spot on the rail. Play the 6 up the rail. A little bit more speed on it than he probably wanted, but it's still going to work out, as he's made a nice long 6 up the rail and sticks the cue ball bottom right. And I don't know if he tried to update the score, but it didn't work. But oh, let's see. For the MVP Racks Open on the A side, you still have Moritz Neuhausen and Fedor Gorst, as well as, I think it was David Alcady and Carlo Biotto. David Alcady with a resurgence. And still on the B side, Alex Kazakis and Jose Delgado, as well as Emil Gangflo and Fortunsky, Mieszko Fortunsky. Wow. Some guys I wouldn't have thought would be in it this late. Guys working together to get rid of that template rack off the table. Love the template rack, but that is the only drawback to it, as far as I'm concerned, is having to lift it off the table. Chris trying to hold for that 3. Should lead naturally to the 1. He's just got to make sure he gets a good look at it. He's going to cut this 3 to the bottom right side of our table, on the table here. And try and hold the cue ball between the rail and the 14. He may go forward off of this and try and stay somewhere in there. That would be ideal, but pretty tough. He's gonna have to roll this perfect, or roll into the 1. If he hits the 1, oh no. Oh, he didn't make the 3 anyway, but what are your odds of hitting the 1 perfectly? Deepak now with the breakout. He'll have to take the 12 first. Wow. Does he have another shot to keep going with? 3 balls taking this bottom right corner away. He may be playing safe here. Just tie up that 1 ball. Or is he banking the 10? He's just trying to block the 1 ball, and I think he's got it. Well, he might have a bank side here. Might be the wrong angle. He might be able to pinch it. It all depends on how that rail plays. I think Chris is looking at the bank, but he's not sure if he can pinch it now. He's going to play the cue ball off the rail, try and make the 3. He's hit it, but he's opened up the pocket to the 15, I believe. That's the 11 in the middle of the table. So if Deepak can see the 12 and cut the 12 in, now's the time. Ten balls free and clear. You don't have to worry too much about it. He's just double checking his lines. You almost want the cue ball and the 9 ball to change places, but yeah, you know, I don't mind having a ball width of angle here. Just stop it there. Yep. And now he should be able to hit this 10 with some pace and bring the cue ball back for the 13. Just come straight across table. Don't hit the 1. Oh, he's going to draw into the 1. Try and draw through the 1. Well, that's not bad. Coming 3 rails around off this 15. You do have to watch you don't wreck on that 3 ball. You should miss it, but if you cut it a little bit or hit it a little bit thick into the right hand side of that side pocket, you will hit that 3. And he would have, but he cut it into the center or just left of center on that pocket and was able to bring the cue ball back around to the middle of the table. There's worse places to be. Got a pretty nice look at the 13. Just a little bit of right hand siding so that you go into the rail, check it, and bounce out to take the 8 in that top left corner. Maybe a little bit of bottom. You don't want it to be rolling forward when it gets there. That'll work. Maybe even a little bit more of a high percentage shot, because then you're not waiting for Deepak to go on the hill. That's in. Kelly and Tony, I think they're tied at 1. I think there's 1 that they didn't put on the score sheet because they had a scoreboard issue a moment ago. With the 9 and the 15. So this is the worst spot in it to be an 8 ball. You've got 2 balls left. Your opponent has all of his balls on the table, and you're not going to see your ball for a couple of turns. And unfortunately, he's going to have the opportunity to get out. So, always tricky. You know, if that's wired right to the corner, I would take it, but play a lot of follow on my cue ball and try and bump my 5 ball into this area here and get my cue ball to this area. Oops, that doesn't work. Rack number 4, Deepak on the hill. Chris Carroll needs to win the next 3. Can be done, but it's not going to be easy. Chris moving his cue ball around, gets where he needs to be. Maybe went a little bit too far. Probably would have liked to take that 14 and then the 12. But the 13 is a bit of a problem child, so maybe you need to take that 13 or the 12, 13 first and then come back for that 14 just in case you don't get where you need to be on the 13 off the 12. Oh boy. That's going to be a problem. Kelly and Tony still battling it out. We'll come back to them in a bit. Not sure what Chris has available here. 4 ball looks like it's in the road of the bank. He's just going to tie up the 4 ball. Says, I can't make it. You're not going to make them all either. Not without doing some work. Banking the 3. Finds the pocket. Well, he may try and cut that 6 in, but I would have thought that he'd take the 5 and try and bring the cue ball in there. Push them around a little bit. He may roll into the 2 and hook them on both. The problem is just rolling at the 2, you might leave a rail first 13. Yeah, he doesn't like bringing that cue ball back with the 8 in the road. He could easily clip the 8 and miss the breakout altogether. Well, that may still be there. The rail first to the 13. I'd be playing that to get it out of there. The 2-4 are messed up as it is. You're going to have a tough shot on the 14. Okay, he's going to take the 14 on. Well, that'll be a ball in hand. Deepak looking at the bank. Trying to pinch that 2 along. And just a little long. And he may have taken care of that 14, but I think Chris can still see it. But regardless as to whether he can see it or not, the 2, the 6, and the 1 now pose problems. Might be time to just play the split safety. Put the cue ball on that top, that end rail at the top of your screen. Trying to block off the most of the opportunities on low ball. Well, that's going to go a little far. He's going to have the 5 for sure. Only one more match on the A side to get started today. Chris taking on the 13. Just needs to avoid the 8 going and go back and forth. Set up for the 14. It's going to have a little bit too much speed on it, is it? He's going to be ending up bridging over the 8. Can still happen, can still work. He's not bridging over the 8 fully. Yeah, he's bridging right beside it. Oh, and he said he just bumped the 8. Well, I don't think it moved that much, but that's okay. I wasn't watching. I thought he had room to cue down the side of it. And he does. So he'll draw into that left side rail and back out towards the 4. Whoa, look at this spin that thing had on it. That was crazy amount of spin. There it is, 8 ball in the side pocket. Chris ties it up at 2. Staying on the A side for one more game. Check in on that other match. Kelly and Tony. Yeah, they're not updating the score. There's something wrong with the score sheet there at the start. They got the first game in and then they haven't been able to use it since, I guess. But decent break. The ball spread out well, but I don't think he made anything. No, that's a dry break. Wow. Sometimes it goes like that though, right? You see all the balls spread out everywhere, but nothing goes down. Deepak electing to go with high ball. It's not a bad choice. The only area you might get into trouble with is trying to get down to finish the 8 ball. But if he could move the 6, oh, and he couldn't quite move the 6. Well, Deepak can move the cue ball around fairly well, so as long as he can keep an angle on a ball, he should be able to get where he needs to go. $14 in the side, trying to get the cue ball into the 1 and send the 1 into the 6. Oh, he hit it gently. I thought he was going to hit that hard enough to get that 1 ball over towards the 6 and maybe move it out of the way. Deepak with the 9 on the side, and then he'll take the 12 on the side. Then he's just got to work his way down there for the 11. It's not too bad to get in on the 8. You're just not guaranteed because there's that 1 and the 8 over there. Just pockets the 12. He's going to have a good angle to come around off this 11. I don't believe he's going to try and draw it. If he tries to draw it, he's going to miss his shape. So he's got to go 2 rails. He's got to go up here, in here, and out there. Something like that. No, he drew it over, proving me wrong and hitting it perfect. The player will always have more of a better vantage point than I will. I thought that had too much angle, but the camera can sometimes fool you. And Deepak defeating Chris Carroll 3-2. Tough match for Chris, but good performance from Deepak. We'll pop up the tournament bracket. As we check and see where everybody's at. I thought most of these were started already. Let me just renew that. There we go. Just had to reload the page. So yeah, just one more match to start. That would be Margaret versus Ron. I'm probably gonna, well, I'm not probably. I'm going to take a break right now. But I will leave the stream going. I'm just going to take a break from commentary. I got a few things I have to do during the day here. So, and, you know, to be honest with you, if I'm going to sit here all day, I need a break every while. And it's been a little over 2 hours. So I'll take a match break and we will come back. In the meantime, I'll leave it on both tables so you can see who's playing and what they're doing. And I'll be back at the next match.
first time in a long time, and I pulled out my phone and rang. I hope you don't mind, but I hear your voice and I freeze. Hello, who is it you say to me? And I open my mouth to speak, saying I don't mean to call you out of the blue. This isn't something that I usually do, and you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. And then we talked for hours, catching up on everything. We both changed in the best ways, and this could turn into anything. And as we wind down, you say it's nice to hear from you now, and I swear that you could hear me smile, saying I don't mean to call you out of the blue. This isn't something that I usually do, and you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. I don't mean to call you out of the blue. This isn't something that I usually do, and you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue.
Hey folks, we're back. I thought they had another game to go on table 1 there. That's why I didn't start up right away, but it looks like they must have... I thought they were at 3-3 because Clark made the last 8 ball, but I guess the score was wrong or whatever. But anyway, it looks like 2 new folks are up on that tournament. They are on that table, but they haven't used the scoreboard, so I don't know who they are. Oh no! Accidentally dragged that 1 ball back behind the break, so they'll move it back. And I don't know who is Bill and who is Dave. This tournament is likely going to run into Sunday. We'll go as late as we can tonight, and then they'll be back. If it runs into Sunday, it'll be later in the afternoon on Sunday. So while we are doing the Metro tournament, we will show the final in some capacity. It may not have commentary, depending on how the Metro tournament is doing and when this all happens, but that's the plan. Bank on the 8 ball just comes up short. And now the most dangerous part of not making the 8 ball when you run out your balls. Your opponent gets to come back to the table with nothing in his road. Sorry, just trying to sort it out with the Deepak there. He's telling me that it says the correct names on it, but when I put it up, it still shows Clark and Brad. So, not sure what's up with that. They may have to restart that tablet. Like anything under development, it runs into new situations and new issues, and you have to develop solutions for them. There we go. Now it's changed up. So Ron and Dan. We'll find out who's who in a second. Oh, 13 ball drifts off the rail. That's going to leave a simple 8 ball. An even race to 4 between these two. Whereas Bill and Dave are racing to 3 and 4 respectively. That'll work to get him on that 10 ball. If he can get that angle right, it might fall right in there. Well, he would have had the 14. Could have used that to get to the 15 anyway. But he did go into the rail a little shallow or steeper than I anticipated, but that's because he overcut the 10. So Ron breaking in rack number 2 on the main table. 4 ball headed towards the side pocket. It's going down. Nice little bump. Does he have anything to start with? Nothing easy. He's got a bridge over the 14 or the 1. He could take the 2, but then again, that's more than a half ball hit, so it's a little bit tricky. He's going to take the 11. That well wants it to stop. You can see that universal signal of a pool player's intention when that hand starts tapping the table, willing it to slow down. You can use that 13 to get over for the 9. 10 balls open. 8 ball's the trickiest ball out there for high ball. Oh, he wants that 15. Oh, that was tight. It's a super long bridge there. And it's going to hang up. One of the points to add consistency to your game is to try and maintain a consistent bridge when possible. Usually there's only a change in the length of the bridge is physical reach. You just can't reach out that far and then you're stretching. And then the other is usually for shorter, more delicate shots, you'll have a shorter bridge, and for a little bit more power, you'll want a little bit more room. So it's not like you're backing up to the joint or anything. You probably have a travel range of like 3 or 4 inches. But it should stay fairly consistent. Maybe not even 3 or 4 inches now that I think about it. Maybe 2 to 3 inches? I don't know. Just a thought that I'm working through right now. Dan's going to make it all the way down here for the 1. He's got a little bit of angle. He can use this to come off that side rail and come back at the 3. Just don't hit it too hard. Just got to roll this in. That's going to work. Okay. Now a little bit of right-hand siding on the cue ball will make sure you head towards the 10 after the rail. So top right. Well, it doesn't look like he's hitting top. Well, he's just rolling it in, and he's going to take a slightly longer shot on the 8. Nothing wrong with this. Can be a very smart decision to sometimes take a little bit of extra length rather than trying to force better position. There it is, 1-1. Nice little finish from Dan there. Good cue ball control. He'll break next as Ron does the sportsman-like thing and Gets the balls out of the ball return for him. Dylan Dave just in a battle up there. That table just does not lend itself to any sort of out. Good break, good separation there. Where are these two on the draw sheet? I'm just looking through the draw sheet here trying to find them. I don't see them on there. Maybe I should refresh the draw sheet. There they are. Bottom side, first round of the A's. Dan McKimmey and Ron DeLue. Oh, I remember Ron now. He played in the Vancouver Island Championships, I believe. I recall he was a pretty good player. These bar tables can sometimes be a little difficult to control the cue ball on. They run a little fast sometimes. They're pretty inconsistent. And Dan would have liked to have been straighter. You might elect to take the one ball right now and just push the 6 towards the side pocket. Ooh, he could avoid the 6 altogether. Now, if he can just draw off the 6. Now, you don't have to go far. Just, get into the middle of the table. And even over here would be fine. I think he's going 2 rails though. That'll work. Again, same sort of scenario. Just cut the 5 in. You're naturally going to come 2 rails. The only thing you don't want to do is hit it too hard. So just make sure you hit that second rail. It's a little slow. And it was a little thick. So if he hits that a little thinner, maybe he hits that second rail with the right speed. Ron with a good opportunity here. Doesn't really need to do much. Just roll the cue ball forward. You don't need to come out for that. Well, he didn't want to run it down past the 5. I mean, the 5 did narrow that corner pocket a little bit. He's Gonna try and make this 12 and draw the cue ball inside the 5 and hold it there. Oh. He's got a little bit of fortune there in the fact that he didn't bump that 5 closer to the hole, and he's left Dan staring at the side rail. Little bank side. Go for all of it, or do you play safe? Looks like he's going for the bank. Don't want that cue ball to let loose, though. You got to try and hold it there. Oh, he tried to cut it down. That was a steep cut. And he hit it on the way there. Just hit it again on the way back. Really close to the 15, so he's got to cut it a bit. 6 of 1. You can see him doing the side to side head wobble there. He's like, well, 50% one way, 50% the other. So I would probably roll this into the side pocket. Well, the advantage to that is if he missed, then Dan was going to be hooked. So that might have been the better play. Pot's the 8, top right corner pocket. Ron taking a 2-1 lead. Rack number 4. $12 in the 4. Oh, 4 almost went inside. Popped off the horn. But that's going to be dry, I believe, right? Yeah, dry break. So Dan coming to the table with a chance to even it up. Bill and Dave have been having some battles there. Those are 2 long games. But the tables, especially in this last one, just, neither guy was really wanting to take the risk of popping anything loose. Waiting for the other guy to make the mistake. A lot of patience shown there. Just the 6 and the 8 left. Meanwhile, Dan. Got a couple of high balls left. He wanted to have more travel on the cue ball there to come out to play the 12. As it is, I think he's going to have to shoot the 14 to get the angle he wants on the 12. To then come out for the 15. See, that's a better angle. And the 8 ball is down. Now, Which one's Bill and which one's Dave? Oh no! Dan just under hit the pace on the 12. He's hooked solid behind the 1. Oh, he's gonna have to kick it and try and pop it in the side. Oh, he played that great shot on the 14 to stay straight for the 12 and improve his angle, and then just hit it too thick. I don't see what he called there. Might have called the side. Legal shot, and he's kind of messed up the 6. So Bill and Dave, Bill was leading 1-0, and then after this last game, oh, I don't think they're using the scoreboard. We'll find out in a second who won that one. I'm sure you guys already know. You guys recognize these folks. I don't. But I don't believe they're using the scoreboard. Yep, there's Deepak going over there to double check what's going on. Ah, it's 2-2. Well, that doesn't help. I still don't know who's who. Oh well, it's all good. Ron with a thin cut on the 3. You know what? I might play safe here. He's trying to leave the cue ball straight at the other end of the table. We've got a fairly big target area there. Well, maybe it's not very wide, but it's long. Oh, different options there. Tried for the long bank, gets the breakout, swaps the 6 and the 15. Oh, Dan's got to come up with a bank. It's bankable from there. As with any bank, controlling your cue ball is paramount. Oh, went off the 6 a little bit. And ties up the 6 again. Wow. And Ron gets the breakout. But he doesn't get any luck to get the cue ball free and clear of the 6. He's just going to put it to the other side rail, get the 8 ball in between them. Oh, he's gone a little too far. He's left Ron the side of the 15. Or left Dan the side of the 15. Could bank this back towards the 7. It'd be a heck of a bank, and you'd have to let your cue ball go flying. I think more likely he'll just roll into it. Try and just do a little tap safety and get the cue ball in behind it, block the 6, give him the 7 ball. Oh, and the 15 is going to come out too far. It's not a gimme, but these pockets are fairly large on the corners. The danger here is your cue ball. He's going to bank it. He wants to keep the cue ball up here. The added benefit of banking it is that if he misses it, he has a possibility of taking that pocket away from the 15, which I think it just did. So smart table management from Ron there. Banking the 15. Oh, he tried to play it in off of, and he tied up the 6. Okay, well, here's an opportunity for Ron to get that 7 free. Dave taking a 3-2 lead. Oh, and that cue ball has not come over. Dan with a good opportunity to tie it up. He can clip this high ball into that top left corner pocket. He should avoid the 6. There's a small chance he'll clip the 6 a little bit, and then, your cue ball is not going to go exactly where you want it to. Wow. And Ron looks like he's really straight on the 7. He may be able to cut that 7 in the side and just catch that right hand horn before the side pocket and spin the cue ball down towards the 15. It'd be a heck of an opportunity if it laid that way. And then if he could also execute it, it'd be amazing. How? Oh, that is so risky. But it worked perfect. I mean, yeah, Dan's got a good shot to swerve around this and clip the rail and come back out for the 8. But still, to time that so well, to just bump the 6 off the rail into the road of the cue ball, it's well done. And look at this. He's going to land absolutely perfect for the 8 ball. Wow, a little far. A ball and a half, ball and a quarter too far. But there it is. 8 ball in the side to even it up at 2. Well done, gentlemen. We'll be right back. Dan, who just tied it up on that right-hand table, breaks in rack number 5. Made a ball off the break. Looks like there's some work to do there, but getting a ball off the break is the first step. Ron looks like he may have figured out this rack. Just trying to figure out the 6-1. Probably set up for a 6-1 combination. Read that well, got his cue ball all the way through it. Now, if you watch this, he could take that cue ball into the 2, pot the 2 in the side, get the cue ball to the end rail, back in between the 6 and the 1. I think he's got the 1. Got to hold it there for the 7. Nice and gentle. Oh, that'll work. And he's got angle to draw back for the 7. This could be a nice little break and run here. Just don't chicken out on the stroke. Stroke right through it. Just like that. Whoa, it's going to go too far. Oh. Wow, great effort. Just didn't quite get there. There it is. Looks like Dave won his match on the top left of your screen. I want to see what happens with this 6 ball, just in case Dan calls it and makes it. So he's calling it in the side. So he's got to kick, bank, and maybe carom it in the side off that other ball, the high ball that's there. Oh, he made it in the side, just not the one he called, and he would have been perfect on the 8 as well. Good effort, sir. But here comes Ron. Just a small little issue with that cluster by the 8. Oh, he needs that to go a little further. Stop it right there for the 10 ball. Oh. Just misjudged how much the cue ball was going to deflect with all the siding he had on there. Dan shouldn't have to worry about the scratch here. Ron, back to the table. He's got to do something different with the 10. It does not go by the 8. That's just what he's looking at now. You might play the 14 with top left, come around 3 rails. I wouldn't try drawing it off of here. Well, that'll work. Yeah, He's fine with that. One more ball closer to the hill. A little bit of top left. Oh no. Oh, and he's gotten fairly safe on the 8 though. Dan's gonna have to come with a shot. Of course, I just bank corner it down to this bottom left side of the table. Not a bad leave from Dan, leaving him all the way on the rail. Ron's gonna have to come with a shot. Just don't worry too much about shape. Just try and keep your cue ball on the table. There's the pot on the high ball. It just wants a little bounce. Just get it off the rail. It's off the rail. Bear down. Pot the ball. Just last thought should be positive of making the ball. 8 ball, wrong pocket. That'll put Dan on the hill. Ouch, those hurt. Bill and Dave, 2 and 4. That should be over, so they should be starting a new one. That is a new one. So who is playing on that new tablet? We'll just send Deepak a message and he'll go over there and sort it out and set it up for him. I am sure. In the meantime, Ron with the break, the 5 ball is going to find the back of the pocket. The 4 ball will sit up fairly close to it. But it opened up so all of high ball is accessible. So is low ball, but there's not really a good starting point. And that 1 ball is all alone, so it's not easy to get to it through some shape. You have to play a long cue ball run to get there. So if all your balls are open and your balls are more evenly spread, as opposed to one off by his lonesome, those are just some factors to think of when you're picking whether you want to be high or low. It's going to be close. What do you mean close? It's right in the center. Ron rolling the 11 ball in. Got to get down here for the 9. It's pretty much guaranteed to get there though, because I was going to say anywhere in here and you're good to go. But he's still got the 13 to work from. Slowly gets the drop. Now he can definitely take the 9. But the problem with taking the 9 from this direction is that sends your cue ball this way. Well, that should work. You can play the 10 ball up into the top left and drift over for the 12. It's a little tricky because you can easily get stuck behind the 1. Ron all the way down. That's in. Oh, he needs that cue ball to hurry, though. Well, he's going to try cutting that one down as well. This is a little thinner. Dan would have liked to have come out and been able to take that 7 next, but I think he's a little too close, and it's going to be a bit of an issue to get it all the way past that side pocket. Take the 4 and then play the 3 or the 2 next, depending on which one you land on better. Ooh. Now Ron will kick at the 12 ball. He'll try and kick at 2 rails so that the cue ball comes out into the center a little bit. Ooh. Well, he got the 2 rails, but he didn't get the ball. So, ball in hand for Dan. We've got a new match started on table 2 there, but I don't know who's on it. I think Deepak must be playing right now. Yeah, he's at table 6. Dave Unger won that last one. Ron and Dan are fairly close together. Legal hit from Ron, but he's left the 2 over the side. If Dan can get something going here, he could put it away. Now, does he have enough angle to get out there for the 3, or should he just back the cue ball up a hair, stop it right there, shoot the 3 in the side? I think that's what I'd do. No, but he elected to bring it out into the center of the table. Oh, and he's overcut it and left the 12 for Ron. Ron's overrun the 8 in the side, but the good part about it is he's still got the 8 in the top left corner pocket to tie it up. No! Dan with the bank on the 3. The cue ball's got to stay up, and it does, giving Ron just the right half of it. Fairly easy to send the cue ball around 2 rails to get. Oh no, he's run the 8 ball into the 3. So instead of being a decent safety, he's actually gotten a little unlucky here. It's going to turn into a good opportunity for Dan to finish this rack and win the set. Drifted away from the corner pocket. Ron trying to cut it past the 3. Looks like there's room. Oh, and he's just a little bit too careful and puts it off both horns. Dan looks like he has more room here, but it also looks like he might have an angle to send the cue ball at the 8 if he makes this 3. So he's going to jack up, play a little bit of safe on it. Ron's got a thin cut to that top right corner, but there's no way he's not going for it. Just got to keep the cue ball clean, and that's going to do it. So Ron ties up the set at 3. Or I didn't think that was over, but Dan was taking apart his cues, so maybe he was just swapping shafts. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't think they were done. 3-3. Dan to break. A lot of matches on the B side today, folks. You ball down, you got a low ball down. Oh man, the mic got me. Here I have been talking away and talking away and talking away. And then I just looked over and noticed that the mic button was muted. Silly me. And there it is, Ron with the win over Dan, 4-3. So we'll pay attention to Lauren and David there for a minute. One ball not going to go for Lauren. I think that was Lauren. He's the guy that won the last game, right? David's got to do some thinking. Wide open, nothing down. I don't know whether he called the 1 or the 15. I think he called the 1. Ron and Dan names still up on the other table, so we'll just hold out here until they get another match started. David tried to make the 2 in the corner, but popped it off to 7. Lauren has some work to do here. That 10 ball is not getting any easier. Hey, Dave. I don't even remember what I said. Can be difficult to cue properly when you're stretched out like that. Not used to that motion. A little different than normal. David threading the needle on that 3-ball. David threading the needle. Gotta like it when a plan works. Ooh, just in the right-hand side of that pocket as he looks at it. Oh, yeah, Dave, that's unfortunately not a new one. I battled the mic mute button constantly. Some days I win. Cue ball just stays out of that corner pocket. Not sure what his plan is from here. Probably that 14 in the bottom left corner pocket. Overcuts it, and it's going to get up on that 6. Not exactly what David was hoping to see, but you can get that cue ball to get around. Well, you know, a little bit more speed might have got in there for the breakout. You can still do the bank on the 6. Two or the 4. That looks like the 4 to me, but I could be wrong. We'll see. Might be the 2. Yeah. Well, there's a good opportunity here to play the 5 and bring the cue ball back and forth, but he's not going to do that. He's going to go for the 4 and try and go 2 rails into the 6. Looks like he's putting a little bit of left on it. Oh, he might have got there if you had to cut that enough. Might have got the cue ball around to break that 6 out. As it is, he's going to let Lauren do it. And we got our new match starting on our feature table. We'll call it the feature table. Kelly and Susie, both rated B+. So they're both racing to 4. The winner will take on Terry McCallum. We're on to the B-side action, folks. Kelly was on the secondary table earlier. Lauren cutting the 15 in. I'm not sure there's enough room to bank that 14 bank side. You'd have to slow bank it, let it drift wide on its own with slow speed pocket weight. Ay, ay, ay. Kelly to break. Yeah. Some clusters at that end of the table. And Lauren playing a little containing safety, just trying to limit David's options. Leaves the 6 ball tied up. Although David could clip the 6. Clip the 6 and bounce it right out here at the same time, bringing the cue ball up. Tuck it right in there. Just an option. Susie trying to start with a combination 9 to the 12. And Tully trying to feed that 13 through there. That's not a big hole. Susie's going to take a minute to walk around the table, take a look, try and formulate a plan. Lauren went for it on the bank side with the 14, but he's come up a little short, left the 15. That's a nice 7 ball from distance from Susie there. She's kept the cue ball in the middle of the table. She can work with the 3 or the 2. I would prefer to take the 2 because you want to try and use that 3 to break out the 4-5. There's not a lot of options for breaking out the 4-5, so you've got to be exact. One or the 6. I don't mind either, but whatever your plan is, you need to get on that 3 with angle to the left. Lauren struggling to get any sort of attempt on that last remaining high ball to go down. He hasn't had very many opportunities. Well, no good ones anyway. Kind of stuck with everything that David's leaving him, and David's trying not to give anything away. Helly with one high ball down. You know, that's not a bad positional shot here. But for Susie, you're not going to make anything because you don't have an offensive shot. So, oh, she can see the 1? I didn't think she could see the 1. All right. Well, there you go. Off the 6 into the rail. Yeah, that's a tough one. You want to get right, just about right here for the 3 ball to break out the 4-5. Oh, she went after it right there. There's the carom. 4-5 are wired. And that's what she's looking at. Good eye. Just understand how your cue ball moves. Center ball, not top. Oh, she hit it soft. Thought she was going to put a little more pepper into it and break that ball out of there.
mouth to speak, saying I don't mean to call you out of the blue. This isn't something that I usually do, and you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. And then we talk for hours, catching up on everything. We both changed in the best ways, and this could turn into anything. And as we wind down, you say it's nice to hear from you now, and I swear that you could hear me smile, saying I don't mean to.
Just a little bit of siding will bring this cue ball back closer to the 8.
This isn't something that I usually do.
If that would have got by it, see, that would have been almost perfect. Cut that 5 in, it would have had a little bit more speed because it would have hit it a little thinner. Did everything right on that one except for make the 5. Kelly, with a lot of ammunition on the table, elects to duck. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, Susie's got a very low percentage shot here no matter what she chooses. You know, you can kick it and bank it. There's no safety here with those balls on the table, so you might as well go pure offense.
This isn't something that I usually do, and you might not believe me.
Lauren and David tied at 1. Lauren to break.
Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue.
She needs to get by the 15. Get by the 15 to be a real opportunity. Didn't get there, so her own, well, Kelly may open this up for her right now. Depends on how hard he shoots here. No, he's elected to take a different one. That makes sense. Why break it out when you've got all that ammunition on the table? You know, maybe this time Susie will be able to get enough speed on the cue ball to get it free. I think she's looking at the bank side. Into the 15, into the rail. Oh yeah, there you go. Or is she looking at the cue ball speed? Does the cue ball go by the 15? Why is she shooting the 9? Is she kicking at it? Oh, she's kicking at it. Oh, okay. That was so close to the 9. I was confused there for a second. I get it. I get what she was trying to do there, but with the 10 ball there, it was kind of blocked, wasn't it? Maybe I didn't look that closely at it. Maybe there was room. Must have been room. She wouldn't have shot it if there wasn't room. So Telly, cleaning up one end to the other. Wanted that to go a little further, and it does. I thought that was going to stop, but it hung up nicely for the 13. Oh, no. Kelly just shot that one a little quick. Susie will step out just to pick her spot on the ball. Just play enough speed to bring the cue ball back out into the middle of the table. A little heavy. It's not that heavy, but it's a little heavier than she'd like. She's still cutting it in. I wouldn't bank it. I'd want to cut it, because if I cut it and miss short, and I've tied up his ball. Unless you can go offensive. Sure. That's looking good. It's got to have the speed, though. And it does. Right in the heart. Nice shot. So, despite a late rally from Telly, made one final mistake, and Susie was able to bank that 8-ball in. You know, I've seen a few people use the template and the wood rack. I've just never been able to combine the two with any great success. I found it easier to just place them a little slower. Lauren and David still battling it out. 1-1. Lauren's got to go to 5. David's got to go to 3. Kelly with the first crack at it. Take that 6 in the side. Try and slide up here for the 1. Oh, he's going to go a little far. He's headed back down table for the 3. He doesn't need to move anything. So a little bit of top left. Get over for the 7. Oh, that bump actually doesn't hurt anything. Helps the 5. Clears up a little bit of room for it. Doesn't want to rest against the 9. Now he'd like to be on the 14 side. Oh, yeah, the angle to go that way right away. He'll take the 1 on the side. And just bump the 9 as he rolls the cue ball straight forward. Don't try and stun this over. Just roll your cue ball in. Ooh, a little bit more maybe. Tough to judge those. And now you've got all of this cluster here. You can't get through that. So with right hand siding, yes, just like that. I was going to say check it on that second rail and it comes out. He's come out a little far. And if he's not careful, he could go right to this rail. And did it come out enough? I think it's come out enough. Oh, he's overcut it. Oh, man. Just about a run out, and he overcuts the 8. It's just got to take a little bit more time. Wow. Susie coming to a table that I bet you, did not think she was going to get a crack at. It's not an easy table either. At 11 and 12 out there. That'll cause you fits. Fits, I say. Well, might as well pick one and get started. I don't believe she's going to bank it. She'll cut that in, won't she? Or maybe she looks like she's banking it. Well, she didn't get safe. But Tully is stuck to the end rail. How many times has that happened to you? You're in the middle of a match in a tournament and they want to close out your tab because the shift change is coming. Hold on. Sorry. Sure. We didn't show anything we shouldn't have shown. It was all good. Kelly and Susie 1-1. Lorna David also 1-1. I think it's Susie to break. Nope. Susie broke last time. Telly to break. Second ball break, was it? Yeah, second ball break. It'll lead to clusters, folks. If you're playing somebody who can run out from everywhere. You might want to just break from the second and make him really earn it. Oh, don't know what was happening there. Lauren trying to get that 2 ball out somewhere where he can make it. In the meantime, David needs to get something rolling here. Susie not able to make the 15. Has left Kelly the 6 or the 1. 6 ball, I think, is the more likely of the two. Now, of course, now he's lined up on it. Great shot from middle of the table. He's able to hold position on the 3. Should be able to make this one. On to the 5. Nope, he's going to take the 1. Maybe try and slide in for the 4. He's pretty quick, but he usually misses that one when he's too quick. Well, that might... Actually, that doesn't look like it's wired to the corner. That might be more of a hindrance than a help to Susie if she gets back to the table. Well, Telly can bank this to top right. Oh, and he didn't get in there for the breakout on the 5. And he's actually just jammed. He's just going to try and long bank this or what? Yeah, I didn't see I've never seen that actually. I don't believe I've ever seen that. Where somehow you sandwich your last ball. What do you do with that? Roll this 15. You should have the 14 to the side pocket. Unless she draws it out. Nope. That'll work. And now just get your cue ball to the rail. You'll be on the 13. Don't overdo it. She might have got safe there. Not sure. If she didn't, Kelly's going to have a bank corner. And he's not immediately going for that, so... And the kick coming from up table looks awkward past that 14. Oh, she's trying to get the cue ball in behind the 13 or the 11. Probably the 13. But hasn't done it, so she's left Telly. Fairly natural 5. Oh, he's missed the 5. If he makes that 5, he's up 2-1. I think you bank the 13 at the 5 and try to tuck the cue ball into the 13-14. Either that, or you try and cut it, well, cut the 13, one rail into the 11-14, bring the cue ball 2 rails back down table. Oh, Telly hit that too hard. He's on the wrong side of the 8. He's going to be cutting this at an extreme angle. Watch the cue ball. Could come around 2 rails and kick it. No, he's nailed it into the corner pocket. Nice pot on the 8 ball. He'll take a 2-1 lead. And as we check over at the other table, Lauren has also taken a 2-1 lead. Jays finally won in 15 innings, Dave? That sounds sounds like a long time. I don't know what they're looking at there. Something loose on the table. Was the rail loose? Something wrong with the rail. It seems like the rail's loose. That would be unfortunate. Are they going to have to retire one of the tables? I'm going to try and tighten up that rail, I guess. Yeah, they got to take the little strip off to get out the rail and find out why it's loose. Be careful you don't strip them when you're using power tools. Over tighten it and strip the heck out of it. I think there's a nut in the bolt or in the rail itself that attaches to. If you can just tighten it up without stripping it, get a nice solid rail again, that'd be great. What? I don't really know how those go together. That's the first time I've seen that, though. Normally you don't have anything going in. I'm not that familiar with bar tables. More of the Dufferin, I guess. The old Dufferins. I've reclothed a few of those. Yeah, I didn't think screws went through the rail like that, but maybe it's inside the rail, inside the pocket. We should get a picture of that. Rack number 4, Susie to break. That's actually a great line of how she's a look of how she's lined up there. And Susie, if you're watching this back later, you can just see your elbows just a little bit tucked in, but still a good break. Even if it did end up dry. Kelly with an opportunity to get 3-1 up. Loser goes home. One second here, I'm just running into a problem showing the bracket. There we go. Ah, strange. Oh, Telly's just got to do something with the 8. Lauren with ball in hand on the 8 to take a 3-1 lead. There it is. Kelly doesn't need to do a whole heck of a lot. Just don't get behind the 11. This is a fairly tough shot to get the weight right. Oh, that may be perfect, or it may be just a hair too far. I think he's okay. It may be just a hair too far. He may have to play it sloppy, or he may have to play it off the rail, off the 14. If he misses, he's going to leave a shot for Susie, so... Oh, he tried to play it off the 14. Oh, and it's in the side. Wow. 2-2. We'll see how everybody else is doing. Michael Liu and Clark Hayes waiting on the A side, along with Marco Rivera, Bruce Lorty, Dave Unger, Tony Hodgson, as well as Kenneth Rivera and Ron DeLu. On the B side, as you can see from the bottom racks or bottom bracket up, we're already in business. Just about done the first round. All first round games are underway. Yeah, I'm not sure how those actually go together, Dave. I've never seen that myself, but yeah, I don't know about that. Not my table. Susie with an open table. Needs that cue ball to stop. It's gone a little far. Now you need to work at the other end of the table. Take the 6. Go in for the 5. It's tough when you start getting down to positional play where you've only got that area or none. So I think she's going to use a little bit of bottom right just to try and pull in and hit the 11. And not a bad effort. She would have still had a shot on the 5, but Kelly going for the 9. 2 warm-up strokes and then the shot. He does not waste any time. Susie has the edge of the 6. She's just checking to see if the 1 goes by the 4. She does have a path here, though. That's exactly where she's looking, right through that gap. Don't hit it hard. The speed is going to be there. Oh. A little too thick, and that's why the cue ball went a little wide, and that's why it ran into the 5. But She's tied up the 8 to a certain extent. I think it still would go here, but he's got to get there. I think you got to take the rack off the table, don't you? You can't just move it around, because if a ball hits it in a place where it's not supposed to be, you know, is that an issue? Pretty sure there's a rule on that somewhere. Could draw off this 13 to break the 8 out. Nope. He's going to go into the rail and come out for the... Oh, he's coming along for the 14. He could clip the 8 perfect here. Not quite. Susie takes the 5. All she has to do is get past here, and she'll be on the 4. From there, you can work through it. Went after the 5. That was the right shot, just not able to execute it. Kelly with a thin cut on the 14. He's going to be headed right at the 8. All you have to do is hit it with center ball. Make sure it's not rolling forward or have any right hand spin on it, and you're going into the 8. I think he overcut that a little bit. This might be really fortunate for Susie if that lands perfect with the 4 or the 1. Darn, she may have gone too far. She might be stuck. It looks like the 1 goes to the side though, so if there's enough room to do that, that's probably what she'll do. If not, might as well chase that 5 again. Oh, she's going for the breakout on the 6. Not quite. Oh, it might go in that left corner pocket. Coming straight across. So just a little bit of top spin. You just want to bump the 8 a little bit. Whether you land on the 6 or you land on the 4, either one's fine. Oh, I'm just going to miss it. And now you might as well cut it to the bottom right. If you cut it to bottom left, you take a chance on crashing into the 14. Oh, you needed to hit that thinner. He's still got to get in there on the 8. I think if he's right here, he can make that 8. And that's where he's going through. Just always going to miss it. No. He hits the 6, gets the breakout, and he's got a shot at the 8 to the corner or the side, whichever one he prefers, to get on the hill. Oh. Is it going to tie up the 6, though? No, that's going to bounce out. Is it going to tie up the 4? Oh. It ties up the 6 and the 4. Wow. Just when you think you've sold out the rack, you end up getting safe. Wow. It's all right. Susie can still try and kick this in. Lauren and David, 3-2. Looks like David's breaking in the next rack. That looks good. Oh, it looked like it... Well, I mean, I can't tell from here. It's so small, but I thought that looked good there for a minute. Telly looking at it once, looking at it twice. Is it gonna drop? Looking at it a third time, just making sure he's got his line. That's into the rail again. But look at this. He's frozen on the 6 again. Is she looking at going 3 rails? Oh, that's a little too shallow there. I think you have to hit before the side. We're very close to the side pocket. Maybe even before the side pocket. No, you should be all right there. But that's going to be so close. Oh, that really lengthened out. Maybe it was supposed to be on before that side pocket. Ball in hand for Telly. And he'll take a 3-2 lead. Trying to stay in the tournament. Loser goes home. Lauren bumping his 4-ball back into the pack. He's got the 2-ball top left corner pocket on our screen. But he's got to hit it slow so he can kill the cue ball and take the 3-ball after this. Well, that might have worked. But as it is, David coming to the table. Decent spread. Did anything go down? Nope. Well, he's on the 4. And I think it goes. It's just you're going to lose the speed of the cue ball because you got to hit it so thin. Meanwhile, Telly. He's got a plan and he can work through this. Well, might not have been exactly where you wanted to be, but he'll most likely rotate and take that 9 in the bottom right. Try and draw right back towards the 4. This time stay to the right of it so he's not bridging over top of it. I thought he'd be a little closer, but this is going to work out fine. Who's going to take that 12? No, he hits the 15. I don't believe he intended to hit the 15. That looked to me like he was lining up on the 12. But that brings Susie back to the table with a chance to tie it up and make it a hill match. 4-ball in the side. Your cue ball's going to have some speed. Oh, she's going to take that to the corner. Oh, if you take that to the corner, you got to watch you don't follow the cue ball into the side. It's pretty straight, though. She can probably float right past it. Oh, it's into the rail. Lauren just working that 4-ball closer to the corner pocket as Dave tries to get things going here. Hey, Susie's got to break that 3 out now. Can do that off the 6. You can take the 7, the 5. The 5 will get you a decent angle on the 6. You can break the 3 out off that angle. Well, maybe you go after it now. 2 in the bottom right and draw into it. From that angle, even if you miss the 3. Right, so I can't really tell what this angle looks like, but if you can draw off of it, even if you miss the 3, and you go past it, you'll pump the 10 out of the way. Elected to go for the 5, go straight across. Same thing. I like going after the 2, after it off the 2, because if you miss or you don't break out the 3, you don't get shape on it, you'll still have a chance to get shape on the 6. Ooh, risky. I thought that was a little... I thought there was more, less angle there and it would be easier to draw off of that.
You were on my mind today for the first time in a long time.
Well, you can be super... Wait a minute. Oh, there's the 8-ball. It was behind her left ear there. I'm like, hey, where's the... You can play a little safe here. Come up in behind the 10. I think that's what she's doing. A little too much spin. Or a little too much angle. Well, it's tight, but it goes.
Catching up on everything. We both changed in the best ways, and this could turn into anything. And as we wind down, you say it's nice to hear from you now. And I swear that you could
Just needs to make sure he rolls the cue ball a little bit forward so he gets down table from the pocket line. So he needs to get over here, somewhere in that area. Oh, that might be enough. And it is. He's able to float down. He's a little bit short side. And that'll do it. Kelly will advance past Susie 4-2. Check back in with Lauren and David. That's quite the cluster down here. This is going to be fun. fully onto the B side now. We only have 4 more A side matches. So we got to work through a round of the B side, maybe another one. Lauren trying to figure out how that he can make this work. Well, he might be able to see. I don't think you need to go in there and crash them all wide open. You're just helping your opponent. I mean, the way this match has gone, if you just knock out 1 or 2, even if it's deliberate. I'd shoot the 11 onto the 14, make the 6, clear that pocket. And at least all your balls are out of there, except for the 12. You can go after that next time. Although this could change right here because David makes this 6 and goes into his stack. You gotta have some speed on it. Oh, and he missed it. Wow, a little bit of bottom spin, and that was definitely broken out. Oh well, that's the way it goes sometimes. I don't believe there's anything that's wired there. And neither did he, so he just played safe, just bump it out and leave him nothing. But that 12 ball might go in the side, and if it does, it's a start. Lauren is on the hill. Well, that's not looking too bad actually for David. He looks like you might be able to make something work there. You might as well call the 5 and give it a swing. If it works, hey, you're off and running. If it doesn't, well, nobody expected it to go anyway. That's my twisted philosophy. David with a long, I think that's the 3 ball he's aiming at, but they're so close together you can hardly tell sometimes. Nope, it was the 4 ball, of course. So now Lauren with the 12 just needs to get the cue ball somewhat clear for the next one, either the 11 or the 9. Looks like it'll be the 9, and he's pretty straight, so he might have trouble getting over there for another ball. I think we got another match starting on the other table, but they haven't used the board. Still, we'll bring it up anyway. Deepak might be playing, but maybe not. He is playing. So they'll update those names as soon as Deepak is finished with his set. It's a fairly new system over there, so not everybody knows how to run it or is comfortable running it. So you got to be a little patient. Lauren finding his range. Oh, that was a nice 4 ball on that right hand table. Lauren almost with the 8. So close, and yet so far. Meanwhile, table 1, game 1 is over. We'll see who's up. I don't even know who's up because, of course, Deepak is playing, so he has been unable to update the scoreboard and the draw sheet. David trying to stay alive. It's Hill. One of these two is going home. The other's moving on. Lauren on a tester from corner to corner with a little bit of an angle thrown in there to boot. Drops it. That's it. It's over. Lauren has advanced to the next round. Tim and Howard. All right. Excellent. Tim racing to 3, Howard to 4. And Howard's got 1 already. I think it was Howard that made that last 8 ball, but maybe not. Or sorry, it was Howard. I think this is Howard because I think this is the fellow that made the 8 ball. I think I'm going to have to take a break here in a bit, folks. It's time to start making dinner and prepping for the kiddo. I gotta go get her. So I'll be gone for about an hour and a bit as I go pick up my little one. Who will be immensely thrilled that Dad's going to sit here and talk about pool all weekend. Nice cut. Is he going to get a shot at it? He is. He's got a shot at the 10. And with a little bit of angle, he might be able to punch that 13 out towards the end rail. It's a little tricky, but it can be done. Just like that. And he's got some angle. The cue ball's going to go for a ride, though, with angle like this. You're hitting it just about as thin as you can. Only a few degrees of angle there. Overcut it and scratched. Oh well, it was a nice run. And now his opponent will come to the table and see if he can get it done. See, I'd probably start with the 5, just because those balls out in the middle of the table, and this one's off by itself down at this end, it can often be one of the hardest ones to get on and get through. Come towards the 7 off this 2, into the rail towards the 7, and then you want it to stop. Well, he's looking at the right idea. Just get to the rail and bounce off. So you don't need to go far, just to the rail and off. Oh, that's going to be the 3 ball next then. You want to make sure that when you're done, you're on this side of that line. Makes it a lot easier to get the 5 ball up table, and that'll work. It'll work. As a matter of fact, you can probably just a tiny little bit of draw and set up right here. Although it looks like he's going with topspin, this could be tricky. He might not get by the 5. All depends on how he hits it. Well, if the 5 ball goes by the 8, you got to take it. Oh, he slid that by like nothing. That was a nice shot. 8 in the side. And I don't know if this is Tim or Howard. No, 8 in the corner. Yeah, nothing wrong with taking this to the corner. Just a little draw, bring that cue ball back to this head rail. Don't hit it hard. You don't want to 2-rail it in the side. Well, almost. But that's going to leave quite the challenging shot here. So, when I leave, I don't know if I'll have enough time to get all the stuff done that I want to get done, but I'll have to restart the stream after this match anyway. Most likely. Might get another one in. Off the far side pocket horn. That's a common thing that happens. Well, for the win. That's in. All right, now we'll find out who's who. That would be Tim. Okay, I thought so. All right, folks. I am going to take a break. I'll let this one play, and we'll bring up the other table. They will have to change the score. I'm sure Deepak will get on that. But I got to go make dinner and get ready for my kiddo. So I'll be back in a little bit. Enjoy.
try to shut out a woman like me, but in time, no doubt you'll wake up and see I go to your head like a good book that you read and can't forget. I go to your head, got you tripping over words that you said. You're turning red because I go to your head. I'm a mother, I'm a child, I'm a river that is winding and wild. I have given more than I've taken, so when they come for me, you know I won't be shaken. You can try to shut out a woman like me, but in time, no doubt you'll wake up and see I go to your head like a good book that you read and can't forget. I go to your head, got you tripping over words that you said. You're turning red because I go to your head. I go to your head like a good book that you read and can't forget. I go to your head, got you tripping over words that you said. You're turning red because I go to your head. I go to your head. I go to your head. Ooh, I go to your head. I go to your head.
You were on my mind today for the first time in a long time, and I pulled out my phone and rang. I hope you don't mind, but hear your voice and I freeze. Hello, who is it you say to me? And I open my mouth to speak, saying I don't mean to call you out of the blue. This isn't something that I usually do, and you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. And then we talk for hours, catching up on everything. We both changed in the best ways, and this could turn into anything. And as we wind down, you say it's nice to hear from you now, and I swear that you could hear me smile, saying I don't mean to call you out of the blue. This isn't something that I usually do, and you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. isn't something that I usually do. And you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue.
try to shut out a woman like me, but in time, no doubt you'll wake up and see I go to your head like a good, good book that you read and can't forget. I go to your head, got you tripping over words that you said. You're turning red because I go to your head. I'm a mother, I'm a child, I'm a river that is winding and wild. I have given more than I've taken, so when they come for me, you know I won't be shaken. You can try to shut out a woman like me, but in time, no doubt you'll wake up and see I go to your head like a good, good book that you read and can't forget. I go to your head, got you tripping over words that you said. You're turning red because I go to your head. I go to your head like a good, good book that you read and can't forget. I go to your head, got you tripping over words that you said. You're turning red because I go to your head. I go to your head now. I go to your head. Ooh, I go to your head. I go to your head.
You were on my mind today for the first time in a long time, and I pulled out my phone and rang. I hope you don't mind, but I hear your voice and I freeze. Hello, who is it you say to me? And I open my mouth to speak, saying I don't mean to call you out of the blue. This isn't something that I usually do, and you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. And then we talked for hours, catching up on everything. We both changed in the best ways, and this could turn into anything. And as we wind down, you say it's nice to hear from you now, and I swear that you could hear me smile, saying I don't mean to call you out of the blue. This isn't something that I usually do, and you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. isn't something that I usually do. And you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue.
Hey, folks. Sorry, but, had dinner to make and had to drive across town and pick up my little one, who is now safely ensconced in the living room, drawing and watching Star Trek. That being said, I will refresh the bracket. See where we're at. You know, seeing as how everything's just started, I'm running close to 8 hours here. I got 7 hours and 45 minutes. They're going to cut me off at 8 hours. So I'm going to restart the stream right now. So if you're watching on your phone or you're at the venue, I'm going to stop and restart the stream so that we can keep going. Actually, I should only have to restart Facebook because YouTube, because we're also streaming on YouTube, doesn't require us to stop. So we're still going on YouTube. Facebook has paused. We will start one again. So there we go. We'll just restart it. Little pause makes Facebook reset itself so that we don't get cut off after 8 hours. Lauren and Telly. Telly's still fighting along, is he? Both racing to 4. Kenneth and Ron racing to 3 and 4. I think Ron still has a look at that 9. Yep. Should be all right there. And that's just a simple matter of coming forward and across. End up somewhere in here. Well, that's going to have too much speed. He's hoping that bounces. That'll get there. Little cut in the sides. Got to make sure he watches the cue ball. Doesn't do anything funky with it. Like don't put a bunch of draw on it and pull it into the other side. That looks like it's going to fall. There you go. Ron with 2. Halfway there. Telly. I think he's long banking the 11. That's going to be not too bad. Just got to watch. Don't pot that 8 in the side pocket. So Lauren up to the table with all the low balls out there. He's got options to start. If that 4 goes by the 14, you can head out with that one, or you can start with the 6. Lauren just double checking to make sure that. I don't know. Is that Lauren? He was on the other table. He looked like it would look a little different. Oh, well, sure it's him. Oh. He's really hoping that 3 ball stays in the road. Kelly, in the meanwhile, is trying to line up. I can't tell if that's the 15 or the 11. The high ball closest to the head string in the center. Nicely done. Hoping that 10 ball stops. And now if you're comfortable putting a little bit of left on it, you can bring your cue ball right out this way. If not, could bring it around. And into that zone, but that's kind of the long way to go about it. It's a little tougher. Easier if you can just cut it in, slow roll the cue ball. Maybe you go up and down. Needs to get by the 5 or hit it. Well, it hit it and got by it, but didn't get all the way by it. Time to kick. The old 1 rail kick stretched out over the table. Meanwhile, Ron on the left table takes care of this 5, and he's got the hard work done if he can get out there into the middle of the table somewhere. If he can get by it and back out here, that would be ideal. He's still scrambling a little bit. You might as well take that 3 and just draw the cue ball into the middle here. Oh, he's going to go 1 rail and into the middle. From there, depending on which one you land on, the 1 or the 2 will work. And if he'd gone too far, he could have taken the 6. Right here, the 1, 2, 6, 8 is pretty much a roadmap because your cue ball will stop here. And then it will stop here. And then from there, you can draw it off. Oops, wrong button. You can draw it into here. But with 8-ball, there's many different ways to run the route. He's going to roll forward. Now he's in a little bit of a tricky position here. If the 8-ball goes by, then you're still fine. But I think he's got too much angle here coming off with that cue ball. He's going to be coming just inside the 8. He could end up real close to the 8 on this. Nice weight, good speed, but I'd be picking up this template rack. Get it out of the way. Because the moment you hit that 8, it's going to skid a little bit. It's going to slide. And I have seen it flip the rack up a little bit and throw things out of whack. So he's calling it in the bottom right corner. Tully just wants one more crack at the 8. Ron with a nice cut on the 8-ball. Takes a 3-0 lead. He's on the hill, and Kenneth hasn't had a chance to get going yet. Shooting good. Meanwhile, Lauren, with what might be his last attempt at this table. Yeah, I think that's the opportunity Telly needs. Almost straight into the side pocket with the 8 ball. After the other attempts he's been left, it's about time he gets one that's easy. So Telly and Lauren tied up at 1. Make that a little bit bigger so we can see the second table a little better. Telly to break. Ron already off and running in rack number 4. Finding his groove. He's making a few more shots than the first set that I watched. His cue ball position's pretty good too. Oh, just as I say that, I curse him and he overcuts something. Sorry, Ron. I'll take the blame for that one. Ellie with the 10 ball. Smacking both jaws.
can try to shut out a woman like me, a woman like me. But in time, no doubt you'll wake up and see I go to your head like a good, good book that you read and can't forget. I go to your head, got you tripping over words that you said. You're turning red because I go to your head. I'm a mother, I'm a child, I'm a river that is winding and wild. I have given more than I've taken, so when they come for me, you know I won't be shaken. You can try to shut out a woman like me, a woman like me. But in time, no doubt you'll wake up and see I go to your head like a good, good book that you read and can't forget. I go to your head, got you tripping over words that you said. You're turning red because I go to your head. I go to your head like a good, good book that you read and can't forget. I go to your head, got you tripping over words that you said. You're turning red because I go to your head. I go to your head. I go to your head. Ooh, I go to your head. I go to your head.
You were on my mind today for the first time in a long time, and I pulled out my phone and rang. I hope you don't mind, but hear your voice and I freeze. Hello, who is it you say to me? And I open my mouth to speak, saying I don't mean to call you out of the blue. This isn't something that I usually do, and you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. And then we talked for hours, catching up on everything. We both changed in the best ways, and this could turn into anything. And as we wind down, you say it's nice to hear from you now, and I swear that you could hear me smile, saying I don't mean to call you out of the blue. This isn't something that I usually do, and you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. isn't something that I usually do. And you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue.
Sorry about that. Kiddo had a question. In the meantime, I guess they've started another match. Michael and Marco. Wait a minute. Where are my glasses? I can't read that. That doesn't look right. It looks like it's actually supposed to be Marco and Bruce. Oh, table 2 is stalling. I don't know how many people are in there, how loaded their Wi-Fi is. Should be plugged in, hardwired. But even overloading the Wi-Fi can cause you to have internet issues. Oh, let me refresh. Oh, yeah, there it is. Sorry, I was a little bit messed up. It's Michael Murray and Marco Rivera on the B side on table 2. table one, it's Lauren and Kelly. Lauren Daw and Kelly Olson. Lauren tying it up at 2. Kelly was leading 2-0. Yeah, as we get into the later part of the day, people are finding their groove. Michael looking more solid than earlier in the day, but he's had a lot of practice. He lost his first match against Brad, and then had to play Barry, then defeated Deepak, and then Craig Walters. So he's on his 5th match of the day. You play enough, you'll really start to find your groove. Needs to hold this for the 7. Nope, he's gonna come all the way out and around for the 1. That'll work. What's he gonna do? Oh, the 6 is there too. I didn't see the 6. It's hiding. Well, that came a little far. I think he's looking at, but he can't see the 2 from there, can he? Or is he just gonna jump it? It looks like he's going for his jump cue. Let's get a good look at this jump shot. If he lands on the 2 and it's tight past the 9 and the 15, he can give himself a little bit of extra room by jumping the 2 ball. Not easy. Actually, it's very easy to fly your cue ball off the table doing that, but can be done. Michael going airborne. Didn't miss it by much, I'll tell you that. And he got it out of there. So now all of his balls go. So Marco's going to have to bear down and put this one away right now. Oh, Telly's lost the cue ball a little bit. Came straight across the table into the other side pocket. I hate when I get notifications and then I have no idea where they get the notification ding in your headset. You have no idea where the sound came from or what caused it. Oh no. Marco had it down and just undercut the 10. That would account for his cue ball going a little farther than you'd expect on that shot as well. Anytime you have this situation where there's a ball there and a ball there, you don't need to really worry too much about the 7, because as long as you don't end up straight on this ball, you're going to have an angle and you can come straight across anywhere in that kind of cone. Maybe let's cut that cone off there because you don't want to be going towards the side pocket. But, you know, anywhere in that area and you should be good for that 7. Lauren, with a careful use of the bridge over the 8 there, has left himself fairly good on the 12. I think that's the 12. A little tough to tell the colors sometimes. And Michael maybe came a little bit of a different way at the 7, but he's still got a shot at the 7, and the cue ball is going to naturally head up table. And as long as he doesn't club it, you should have a decent shot on the 8. There you go. Oh, but Lauren didn't get back down table for the 8. You needed some speed on that cue ball to get it there. Not just some speed, some top spin. Because that spin, to go that far, it needs to have a certain amount of what I like to call rotational momentum to keep it going and get it down back past center. Somewhere, anywhere in this zone would have been ideal. If you watch the pros, one of the things that they do really well is their weight control and staying on the right side of the pocket line. So the pocket line, say you're to shoot that 7, you draw a line from the center of the pocket through the center of the 7. And if you want to come up table, really the only place you don't want to be is there. You could be on either side of that pocket line and create angle to move the cue ball. There was a podcast a couple months ago where they're talking about if you don't want to move the cue ball around, you got to be within a 3rd ball hit. That's where you can kill the speed of the cue ball. And if you want to move the cue ball around, you've got to be near the half ball hit. Those are ideal for stalling and moving the cue ball, in their opinion. I think it was Demetrius Gelatis and a friend of his whose name escapes me, Josh Burble. 2 guys that are well over 700, 730, 740 range, I think. Tully nails the 6. He's going to have a little bit of a funny angle on the 8. The cue ball's going to go for a ride. See, now he's hitting this with like a half ball or more, so the cue ball has to travel. You know what? It's something I've noticed about Telly's game. When he slows down just a little bit, he's much more accurate. Like, he took a lot of time on the 6 and he hit it right in the heart of the pocket. He didn't take very much time on that 8 and was unable to drop it. And it's hard to slow down because it feels like forever when you're out there and then you go back and watch it and you're like, wow, that was real quick. Or you're sitting there and you're thinking, wow, that didn't take any time at all, or like that took a long time. What was I thinking? But at the time you thought it was only like 5 or 10 seconds. Meanwhile, it was close to 30, which is still not a lot of time. Hey Keith, no worries. Happy to do it. We've got another stream tomorrow coming from the Metro. It is the Tournament of Titans Invitational run by Cody Graham. Have any information on that? He sent me some information. Eight ball. So still doing 8 ball tomorrow. Next weekend it's 10 ball with the Team Samurai 10 ball tournament out of the Metro as well. Lauren on the hill. Taking his time, trying to work it out. He's got to try and break that 12 out. So high right hand English, trying to come 2 rails. Nope. Just gently stroke that in. I think he was trying to hold it for the 10 in the side, and I don't believe he's there. Well, he's opened up the table a little bit. Now we'll see what Telly can do with it. See if Telly can force a hill battle here. Michael, meantime, trying to get on the hill. See, he took a little bit more time on that last shot. And he hit it right in the heart. He was a little quick on that one. It went in the right-hand side, and he just about lost the cue ball on the other side. So if he takes a few seconds here, make sure you hit this ball right. I'm not sure that's exactly where he wanted to be, but he'll take a little time on this 4. And that's gonna drop, I think. Should have the 7. May go forward just... Oh. Uh-oh. Well, as long as he doesn't come past that third... I think he's hooked on the 7 as well. Oh, now he's gonna have a problem even hitting the 2 from there, I think. Wow, that's an unlucky little roll. Marco trying to leave angle, so he should be okay here to pop that 11 ball off the rail. Oh, and he overcut the 14. Lauren with ball in hand. wants to get rid of that 10 ball if he can, I think. And it looks like he can. Just looking at the bracket, I think they might even finish today. They're only going to go to 11, so they probably won't finish today. Whatever we don't get to do today, we will bring back tomorrow. We'll fit it into my already previously scheduled stream coming from the Metro. We will fit it in. I'll do the best we can to keep everybody updated. Just wondering how I can do 2 streams at the same time. That would be interesting. I think that would be too confusing. That would overload my brain. Ellie trying to go on the rails all the way around. Oh, that's going to have too much speed. Watch yourself. Oh. It's always a little tricky. Oh, that will work. That will work. It was declared not frozen. So despite the camera looking like it didn't hit another rail, it must have, because if it was frozen, Lauren would have objected. Those can be really tough. Those little kick safeties where you only want the cue ball to go, like 4 inches or 3 inches, because we don't do them a lot. Especially with the ball hanging out over the pocket like that. Well, this is looking good. This is looking good. Oh, wow, that's close. Oh, he didn't miss that by much. And now, Kelly's going to load up with some siding, I think. Or is he just going to cut it in? He tried to cut that in with straight bottom. That's a tough one. Man, I would have thought a lot of left-hand siding and juice it into it. Oh, no. And Lauren rolled it right into the end rail. And now they're doing what all pool players do. We gesticulate with our cue. And so to the hill we go. They're not on the hill on the ace on the other match though. Michael on the hill. Marco yet to throw one up on the scoreboard. He shoots good though. I'm a little puzzled as to why he's not actually put a win together. He shoots all right. think they're going to play another round of the A side. And then as far as they can get on the B side today. We may not be able to stream everything tomorrow, but we'll try and get the final in. Oh, and Telly loses the cue ball down the back of the rack. That can also happen with the second ball break. I'll be honest with you, I'm not a fan of the second ball break. If you watch, well, almost every 8-ball tournament I've seen, pro tournament, they're breaking head ball and crushing it. I remember watch Shane Van Boning versus Omar El Shaheen playing a take what you make 8-ball tournament. And they had 17 runouts in the match. And it was a race to 11. $17 or $19, and there were 2 dry breaks. And that was what slowed them down. The 2 dry breaks. There was no misses. If I remember correctly. And hey, my memory has been known to be inaccurate sometimes. Oh, wow. What are the odds? Lauren tagging the 6-ball for the bottom left corner pocket. Oh, he got the hit. Is Telly going to have anything to start with, though? Well, he can start working with the 12 right away, or he's got the... I think that's the 11. We'll have to come out by the 6. Nope. Jacking up over a ball. It's not an easy thing to shoot a ball from. As long as that 2-ball doesn't get in the row to the 5, Lauren is going to be okay. Although in reality, you want to shoot the 2-ball down the rail. Left-hand siding. Yeah, bring in that cue ball image thingy. Okay, so now I got my little cue ball demonstrator up. Just right about there. Oop. Hold on. Interesting. Ah, there we go. I just had it in the wrong order. The only thing you don't want to do is lose the cue ball. Watch that cue ball to the side pocket, but he's all right. So Lauren's going to win it 4-3. Another thing, if you watch how Marco was using the rest there, he was standing up above the cue and trying to stroke the cue while it was basically in his chest. If you watch the professional snooker players, they kind of get behind the cue and they sight down the cue, and then they have all this room in front of them for actual cue movement. Just watch one of them use the mechanical bridge and then the cue while they're on that. They'll pin the bridge down, and then similar to what he was doing, except he steps back a little bit and you push the cue out in front of you, and it's a little easier to use the cue. You get a bit more of a stroke to it. Michael mapping it out in his head. That'll work. Same shot. Come into the rail and then out of the rail. Little bit of left-hand siding on this one, just a little bit. And you'll end up right in here. Hit the three a little thin. Pushed it wide of the mark and shortened up the angle on the cue ball. So Marco trying to get on board. Little thin on the 8-ball, stretched out. This can be dangerous when you stretch like that. Because you get off balance and then you're straining, and then you're not secure, you're not stable, and then when you go to hit the cue ball, you can't hit the cue ball where you want to hit the cue ball. It's the way it goes. We got 3 more hours. We're not going to get it all done today, but we'll get a good portion of it done. I think if they're going to do some tomorrow, it won't be till like 4 o'clock. So we'll be well into our Metro stream, but we'll fit it in. They've got some added money to this tournament as well. Oh. So Michael defeated Marco. And now we have Dave and Ron. So this is an A-side semi-final match. Dave Unger and Ron DeLue. Race to 4 for Dave, race to 3 for Ron. Yeah, so lots of pool in the coming weeks. We got this match today. We got another match tomorrow. I'll be playing Scott Davis on Thursday on Fraser Valley Pool. We're going to try the gauntlet out. And then on Saturday, we've got the Metro tournament. Yeah. So, be busy. And then after that, I don't know what's on the docket. We'll wait and see. We've got this, it's the October 21st Metro tournament, but I'll be playing in that one. They're trying to lift the template out of the way, or are they looking for whether a shot's going to be a foul or not? Oh, they're looking at the 14. Okay. Hold on. I think it was good. Yep. I'd say that was good. No issues whatsoever there. Ron's trying to hold that cue ball up for the 2 ball. The only thing he'd like better is to have that 9 ball out of the way. This could make this a 50-50 shot. Drops it. You know what? I shoot the 1 and I just slow roll the cue ball. Don't give it enough gas to to make it to the corner or the end rail. Don't try and draw it. But that's just me. Doesn't mean anybody else has to do it that way whatsoever. Yeah, I think you're right, Dave. That sounds like a plan. Seeing as how they don't have another matchup there. Again, good suggestion, Dave. Dave's going to take a quick look around. Especially when you're mapping out your plan, if you take a walk around the table, even if you're not actively planning that particular ball or this particular pattern, your subconscious will help map the table, and it'll still give you a better idea as to where all the balls are when you're picturing things in your head. Because visualization is huge. How many times have you thought to yourself, don't rattle the ball, just don't rattle it, don't hit the horn, don't hit the horn. And then you shoot, and what do? You hit the horn.
There's a power the I can't see.
Oh, slides right through there and
Hidden inside of me.
is not very happy with the result.
And you will fail. You'd be better off if you would just exhale. You can try to shut out a woman like me, but in time, no doubt you'll wake up and see I go to your head like a good book that you read and can't forget. I go to your head, got you tripping over words that you said. You're turning red because I go to your head. I'm a mother, I'm a child, I'm a river that is winding and wild. I have given more than I've taken, so when they come for me, you know I won't be shaken. You can try to shut out a woman like me, but in time, no doubt you'll wake up and see I go to your head like a good book that you read and can't forget. I go to your head, got you tripping.
Well, can Dave see the 14? Does the 14 go by the 9?
You're turning red because I go to your head. I go to your head like a good
Dave with no call. Still tried to make the 9, but he just didn't want to sell out the 7. And Ron, knowing that that's really all that's there, is the long bank on the 7.
You were on my mind today.
That's looking good. Right in the heart.
I pulled out my phone and I
That's a great bank.
hear your voice and I freeze. Hello, who is it you say to me? And I open my mouth to speak, saying I don't mean to call.
Sorry.
Out of
And then he cuts the one in and avoids the scratch.
something that I used
Ron,
to do.
1/3 of the way through this match.
But I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. And then we talk for hours, catching up on everything. And we both changed in the best way.
The way things are going, they might get through this.
Anything. And as we wind down, you say it's nice to hear from you now. And I swear that you could hear me smile, saying I don't
After these matches, they're at 2 tables at a time. They can't do them any faster.
this isn't something that I usually do. And you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue.
You see how when Ron steps forward and his t-shirt gets more towards the center of the screen, then the lighting darkens and he stands up and gets a little darker on the edges? Yeah, that's just because on the camera they have an automatic setting, and I've already mentioned it to Deepak. We'll go over it next week or something. Take that off automatic so that the lighting doesn't change all the time. Maybe try and pop the focus a little bit.
I don't mean to call you out of the blue.
It doesn't have to be as bright for the camera.
Something that I usually
Sometimes it's got a little bit too much brightness for the camera itself, but
but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but
I'd almost take that 4-ball right now. Well, now you're going 7-4-2-8. Hope you land on this 4-ball nicely. All right, you're going back and forth now. You cut that 4-ball in, your cue ball is going to have too much speed to die. You're going to have to go back and forth. It's not going to be hard to do as far as getting the energy to the cue ball. It's going to have lots. The problem is control. The more speed you add to the cue ball, the more difficult it is to control. Of course, makes sense, right? Makes sense. It does. Yeah, it does. Oh, he tried to bank the 2. I'll have to check. Dave, give me a minute. Around noon, he says. So we'll be starting around noon tomorrow. Great, that'll be awesome. Got time to get up, make brekkie. Have a pot of coffee. I mean, a cup of coffee. Who am I kidding? It's a pot of coffee. Ooh, Dave, just a little thick into that 11. But he's left the 4. And if Ron can kill that cue ball there, he'll have the 2 right to the other side. You need to stop it, though. You can't let it roll forward. That's it. bounced out just a little bit too far. I think now you have to go to the end rail, or you risk going past the 50-yard line. Oh wow, he hit that perfect. Well, from my angle, I thought he had to go to the end rail. I didn't think he could kill it there. Clearly, he had less angle than I thought. That was well done. What is it, karaoke night? That guy got a microphone in his hand? What's going on? I'm not there. This is coming to you from the V Lounge in Victoria, BC. With the help of the ELO stream system and Wolfpack Sports. This is Colin Sheila for Kickin' Billiards out here in Chilliwack, British Columbia, Canada. If you guys have a tournament you want me to do commentary on, just let me know. Maybe we can work something out if we've got a decent picture. And it fits my schedule. I don't mind doing it. Or a money match. If you've got a money match that you want commentated, just send me an email at kickinbilliards@gmail.com. The bigger the stakes, the better, please. I know mostly rotation, a little bit of 8-ball. I gotta be honest with you though, if you want me to commentate on one pocket, I'm kind of learning that game. I'm not kind of learning, I am learning that game. That's like the chess match on the pool table, man. That's a wonderful game. And I'll be the first to admit I know practically nothing about it. The bare minimum to get started. Anybody else watching play one pocket? I do a lot of these remote streams, and unfortunately doing a remote stream, you can only have one camera on one table. Because it's just, you know, there's not enough cameras that you can hook up remotely. However, when I do travel to do a tournament, I have 4 cameras. And I love to put like 3 of them on one table. And then another camera that I can set up to kind of pan the room. And it's not the only thing you need me to stream. I can stream. Pretty much up for ideas early. But please don't get the wrong impression. I'm not a professional audio video company. I do not work in the movies. I build houses, and this is a hobby. It always fools me when somebody stands still, so still when they're studying the table. And when I first started streaming, we were using different cameras and I had a lot of freezing issues. And so I always like, come on, move, move. Please don't let it be the camera. Because, well, these cameras aren't like $40,000, movie cameras or whatever they start at. They're not inexpensive. Just trying to figure it out. It's a big puzzle. You're down 2-0. Your opponent's on the hill. You got to win 4 games. If that means you got to slow down a little bit, take a little bit of time and work it out, then that's what you need to do. If that 4 ball goes in this bottom left corner, does it go by the 11? I think it goes by the 11. He's not even, is he not looking at it? I don't believe he even looked at it. Oh, maybe he sees it now? No. He's looking at how to get on the 1. But does that 1 even go in the corner? It looks like it might just pass. Oh boy, that's tight. See, this is what I was talking about, how the camera gets dark. You see how the edges of the room got dark because the center is dark? It's trying to balance the light and do it automatically. But of course, it's not a thinking being, so it has issues. He did see the 4. He wasn't looking at it, and I thought he had just not... I thought he just ignored it and missed it. Phew. Six ball, 2 rails, back out by the side pocket. Or you could just draw it over here. Somewhere into this target zone. Is that where he's going? Oh, that's going to be short. It's going to be short. He's not even going to see the 8 ball. Too much siding on it. Not enough forward. So what I'm saying with that is, hold on. Is when he shot that last shot, he shot here instead of there. That's where he hit the cue ball. Oh, wow. He just barely missed the 8 ball. Heck of an effort. And so Ron, to try and advance to the A-side final. I think this is the A-side final, right? Or this is the A-side semifinal? Yeah. Because Clark and Bruce are already playing. We'll just refresh the old screen, see how... Okay, Bruce has already defeated Clark, put him to the B side. So Bruce is waiting in the hot seat match. Brad Rauschio against Lana Pagadwan. They're playing now on table 4. Lauren Daw and Kenneth Rivera on table 5. Howard LaFortune and Michael Liu on table 3. That's it. All 4 matches that can be going are going. Dave walks away from the table because he knows the way Ron's shooting. He shouldn't get back to it. Ron would like to clean up this 10 and then the 11. Yeah, there you go. Well, he's a little straight. He's going to have to stun it into the rail and back across. Yeah, he wanted a little bit more angle than that. Little too much there. But he's given Dave nothing to look at on the 8 ball. Dave, in the meantime, needs to kick at the 8. Pocket it in the side pocket. Just make sure you hit it nice and solid. And you don't leave the cue ball headed towards that pocket where the 13 was. He got a rail. So now Ron's got some cue ball running to do. Lots of angle off this 13, so he's probably going to come all the way back for the 11. He may be shooting the 12 next. 12 ball it is. Holy cow, that had some speed on it. That's probably the better of the two anyway, because then if you end up over here shooting the 11, it's a pretty easy transition to the 8. Well, he hasn't left it easy. Cue ball's just a half inch off the rail. You got to put a good stroke on it and leave it. Trust it will work. Ron wobbles the 11 in. Wiped its feet and washed its hand before it fell there. But there it is. Ron advances to the hot seat match, defeating Dave Unger 3-0. All right. Well, if that's the case, there we go. Reload the page. On the A side, as you can see, the A side final is going to be Bruce Lorty and Ron DeLue. Over on the B side, we still have Brad Rauschio, who just started a match against Tony Hodgson. Just a couple of minutes ago, Lauren Daw and Kenneth Rivera are up. So all three other matches are underway. I will no worries, folks, no worries. You're welcome, Steve. You're welcome, Del. All right. A-side final on table number 1. So, like I said, Brad Rauschio and Tony Hodgson, Lauren Daw and Kenneth Rivera, Howard LaFortune and Michael Liu, Michael Murray waiting on the B side for the winner of Howard and Michael, as are Clark, Hayes, and Dave Unger. But this is our match right now. And so we'll head back over there. Get that circle off there. We don't need that. Hey, who won the Rax Open tournament? I didn't get to see. I don't know if they finished it or not, or whether they're gonna finish it tomorrow. Yeah, they'll be finishing it tomorrow. Wow, Moritz Neuhausen took out Fedor Gorst 9-8, the youngster from Germany. Finding his groove and flexing some Q power there. And then Carlo Biotto, a resurgence from, what was it, last year, the year before he won the US Open? But he's finding his form just in time with the US Open around the corner. David Alcady, who's also put in a strong performance. He was in it. I can't say he still is in it, because Alex Kazakis, a guy we haven't heard much from lately, defeated him 9-2 on the B side. This is at the Rax MVP Open. It's the latest 9-ball points, or the 9-ball ranking event. It's all about the ranking points, right? But in the A side final, it's going to be Moritz Neuhausen tomorrow versus Carlo Biotto at 11 a.m. Eastern time, I believe. No, that's got to be PST. And then the B The B side will feature Fedor Gorst and Alex Kazakis. What a tournament. Only one of those names was a guy I expected to see up there, and that would be Fedor Gorst. Well, Carlo Biato also. I didn't expect to see Moritz or Alex, not this deep. We've got Brad and Tony on the top left table. That's in the B side action, but we'll focus on Ron and Bruce for the A side final. Guys, Ron's going to 4, Bruce going to 3. See how Bruce is holding the cue? That's a little bit more the way that's a little bit more of the proper way you're supposed to hold the cue. The only thing that I would suggest he do, but he may not have been able to do it, I wasn't looking that closely, is to actually pin the cue to the table so it doesn't move. Sometimes you have to hold it, but if you don't have to hold it, you'd like to pin it and stop it from moving. Well, whatever you do here, it's probably not going to result in a made ball. Not so sure I would have put it back into the pack. I would have tried to maybe knock my 12, I think it's the 12 ball that's up by the 6 and 7. I think I would have tried to knock that out. But that's okay. It's always good to see other plans. It's how you learn, and you might learn that this was the best plan you could have done. Bruce back to the table. He's gonna have to play a combination on that 11-13. So you might as well try running up there right now. Nice level cue. Keep your head down. Stroke through it. Nice and smooth. Just like that. That's nicely done. Here's your combination. Overcuts the 13, but the cue ball is going to find the drink. I think if he stops right there, yeah, that hand signal looked like, whoop, I can just stop right there. And he'll have a little bit of angle to come back for the 7, or off the 7 to the 6. So 7, then 6 in the same corner, then 8 in the side. Yeah, he's going to pick that template up now. Get it out of the way. I've actually had it cause me cause a miss. I don't know what I did. I had that cue ball go over top of it and it flipped it up, and it caught my object ball as my object ball went over the other side and flipped it off to the side. Completely changed its path. There it is. Ron. 1 ahead. We're going to 4. So this is the tournament I was telling about on September 23rd. Team Samurai presents the 16-man 10-ball challenge at the Metro Cafe and Billiards. $225 entry fee. Gonna be a heck of a show. Hold the phone. Efren Reyes coming through Canada in 2024. Keep an eye out for that. Sorry, got a little distracted by that poster about Efren Reyes coming into town. Somewhere in Vancouver. So, yeah, that'll be exciting. Not quite what he was intending, but that's all right. Bruce will take it from here. Bruce getting through it. Although he might be stalled now. Can he see enough of that 6? He must. Oh, a little bit of a jab on the stroke there. Lost the cue ball. May have to kick at this one. Try and kick the 1 ball cross side. Okay, so whoever wins that match up in the top left corner between Brad and Tony, or whoever loses or wins. Hold on a second. Yeah, whoever wins will be tied for 7th and 8th. Or can do no worse than 7th, 8th. Bruce, in the meantime, taking the 4 ball down to this pocket. That's going to work. Needs to hold the cue ball there for the 3. It's going a little far. Oh, a little bit of right-hand siding to check it right back up the middle here. Oh, he drew it. He'll take the 1 ball to this bottom left corner of our screen. That'll work. Straight top. Just get to the rail and bounce off. Just like that. Dead straight on the 8. Just the way you want to be. There it is. Bruce ties it up at 1. Ron's got to go to 4. So he needs 3 more, but Bruce only needs to go to 3. That leaves 2 remaining. Good break. He's made a couple. Not too many clusters. As a matter of fact, everything has a pocket. Bradley putting the first one down range on the top half of our screen. Bruce, meanwhile, slowly but confidently working his way through this table. Oh, I think he's okay. Little top left. He's going to try and hold it for the 6 and the 1, but he's tucked it right in on the 8 and the 13. And you try and be so delicate sometimes and just try and hit that perfect path. And every once in a while, you literally bury yourself. And he misses the 6. I think he missed the 6. He might have just ticked it and wobbled it in place, but Ron's going to double check with him. Was that a foul? And I think Bruce agreed. Ron's just trying to figure out what he's going to do with that 9-13. I like taking the 10, place the cue ball here, take the 10, and get your cue ball into the 8 and then 13. With the 12 there, the 11 ball won't be too much of a problem, you'd think. But like I said, everybody sees it differently, and Ron saw those two as the biggest problem. Oh, his cue ball's coming too far now. That 9-13 might be wired to the corner is why he's left it. He might be totally fine with this. It looks pretty tight to me though. Ron's got to get that through and out to the other side. He wanted to come a little further to take the 9, but he may have to bank the 13 anyway. Although I think the 6 is in the road of that bank. Not a bad effort, but it didn't get it done.
There's a power that I can't see. There's a force that can't be hidden inside of me. Try and tame it, and you will fail. You'd be better off if you would just exhale.
Well, he's got that 7 ball in the road of the 9.
Shut out a woman like me, a woman like me. But in time, no doubt you'll wake up and see I go to your head like a good book that you read and can't forget. I go to your head that you're tripping over words that you said. You're turning red because I go
Bruce just needs to get clear. That's going to go, but he's not going to see the 1 or the 6. He's hooked on both, I believe. And I think he's laughing at himself. It's better than the alternative. That shows that you're having real fun when you can sit there and laugh when you make a mistake, as opposed to when you make a mistake and you're not laughing. Sorry, folks. I just got this little thing keeps popping up. I keep trying to deal with it. Yeah, Dave. Brad plays pretty good pool.
You were on my mind today for the first time in a long time.
Ron, halfway there. That one was a bit of a battle.
Hear your voice and I freeze. Hello, who is it you say to me?
Brad, sitting there with 2. He's got to go to 6 to Tony's 3. Wow. Really?
Call you out of the blue. This isn't something that I usually do. And you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh,
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. And then we talk for hours, catching up on everything. We both changed in the best ways, and this could turn into anything. And as we wind down, you say it's nice to hear from you now. And I swear that you could hear me smile, saying I don't mean to call you out of the blue.
Good break from Tony. Oh, 14 ball tried to go, but the horn rejected it.
Believe me, but I swear that it's true.
Let's see how Ron crushes him.
Used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out.
Can he smack him, run out, and get on the hill? 9 ball tried to go. Everything's trying to go, but nothing is actually going. And as far as Bruce is concerned, he's really hoping that 2-1 is lined up at the corner pocket, because the 15 is blocking 80% of the table.
I don't mean to call you out of the blue. This isn't something that I usually do. And you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue.
Cue ball running a bit. It's all right. Ron can get into that 5-6-3 right now, but oh, he didn't play that like I thought he was going to. If he's got the angle to shoot this 4 straight in the side and draw back and bump that 8 ever so slightly, that'd be ideal. Nope. He's just going to try and get the 5-6-3 free first here. 2 ball is fairly accessible from over half the table, so. Oh, but the cue ball didn't get out. He's got to try and kick the 3 in the side now. Tough to do. Well, that's going to be close. Off the horn. Wow. In case you haven't figured it out, my favorite shot is the kick shot. And Bruce getting a tiny little nudge that cleans up the, I think that's the 12 that he'll now have access to. Bruce Lorty got a decent cue ball. There's a few times he's impressed me with the control. Yeah, that one was going to be tough if you were trying to hold it for the 13. But you've got the 14 now. You're going to have to bank the 15 if you don't break it out from here. And he's not even trying. Oh! 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 I'm not there. I don't know if that's what he called. He called the 14 in the corner. And did he get lucky and miss it off the 2? Or did he play it off the 2? Hey Dave, how'd you do against Brad up in PG? Playing 9 ball. Oh, I'm gonna have to watch that back then. Apparently I missed a kick from Brad. Okay. I just watched it back on YouTube. Deepak. Yeah. That was a nice kick. I can't believe I missed that. I gotta try and pay more attention. If you're trying to watch up a specific section on YouTube and you get to a certain point, but you're trying to click that little bar to get more accurate, just use your arrow keys left and right. It moves it like 5 or 10 seconds at a time. So once you get within a minute or two, just tap the keys. It's a little easier. Amateur tip. I say pro tip, but I'm an amateur, so I can't. Bruce to the corner, drains it, and he's looking pretty good, side or corner, whichever he likes. I'd be taking the corner. Mostly because these tables play large. These pockets play fairly big on the corners, so give yourself the biggest pocket to shoot at. That looks like it's going to be okay. And it is. Bruce gets to the hill. Pressure's on Ron. Tony's looking good here. Nice smooth stroke. There you go. And from here, just draw back off the 15. There you go. You got to swap to the big table again. And there it is. Tony with one on the board. It's a bit of a stretch in the race between the two of them, 6 and 3. Meanwhile, Bruce on the hill. Ron needs 2 more, so he needs this one to make it hill. Oh, I think even Ron thought he missed that one. In off the right-hand horn. Playing with the left-hand side, trying to get over for the 13. No, he's trying to hold it for the 12. Cue ball has other ideas. It's going to run a little bit long. And now, do you hold the original plan or do you go after the 11 or 15? If you can hold it, then hold it. That's going to be too fast. And it goes a little wide as well. So Bruce, sorry, pardon me. I don't know where Bruce came from. Trying to say 2 different words at the same time. That's usually what happens to me. Bruce evaluating the table. He's picked the 7 ball. I think he's probably going to try and hit this with a little bit of draw to come back out for the 4. Might not have enough angle. Oh, he does have enough. Did he get there? That's all right. I think that's okay. Now just go straight across the table. Oh, but the 4 is not going to drop. Bruce did shoot that fairly quick, though. He was stretched out. Anytime you start stretching out, you start increasing your risk of missing. Ooh, Ron might thin this 12 on the side. Get that cue ball down there to clean out that. Oh, no, he's taking it to the corner. Oh, it's going to miss, though. Oh. Wow, I thought that was a miss. But it dribbles in. He was able to hold it for the 13. And now I think you play the 11 in the side and you bump that 15 at the 4. It's going to make it and hang up. He's looking good. I sometimes don't like to draw those just because the draw can be a little bit less predictable than the topspin. But it all does depend on how you see that cue ball going into the second rail. Sometimes it's just going to be too wide. There it is. Hill, A side final, Ron and Bruce. Nice little finish there from Ron. Meanwhile, Brad and Tony back to the battle. Looks like Brad's trying to feed that cue ball in there. Doesn't want it to go too far. Now, can he draw it between them? Or can he stun it? Well, I think that 6 ball needs to be moved. Just getting to the end rail between the 5 and the 6 is not going to be good enough. In the meantime, it's Hill over in the A side final. Ron and Bruce. And the old good luck final game, win or lose. Ron makes that second ball, the 15 ball in the side. It's just like a 10 ball break. You just have to have a certain amount of pop. And those 2 balls behind the head ball track towards the side pocket. I believe the other one was the 11 ball, just like you see over there. And it just kind of hit the horn and came back. So he almost made them both, I think. No, it was the 3 ball that was on the other side, and it went at the side, but it was a little bit too short, and then it got kicked up table. So all good. Unable to punt the 3. Ron will turn the table over to Bruce. And he's got the 10 or the 14. The 14 does let him get that cue ball into the cluster down there. Move some things around. Well, he didn't move much. Push that 8 ball into the other cluster there. I think that's the 12 and the 2. If Ron can make the 5 and get that 2 and the 8 ball clear, this would be a great piece of fortune after that twist. Well, he's left the 5 over the corner pocket. That'll bring Bruce back in to see what he can clean up. Taking the 9 off the bat first, though. Well, he might want the cue ball to go right to the rail here. Don't bounce. See, the more it bounces, the more you have to bridge over the 4 and the 7. It's not too bad right now, but you also wanted to get into that 12, 13. Well, that 13 looks pretty good to the side, but what can you do with the 12? In the meantime, Tony at the table trying to get his second win. He's tucked in nicely to that 6, but he's got to create room for the 7. I think if you take the 6 now, even if you have to play the rail first on the 7, at least the 5 will go and you're not forced to shoot a rail first and then a combination. Oh. And Bruce did a good job knocking the 12 ball out, but a little bit too good. He knocked it over to the 2 ball, and now the 2 ball's hampering it. Okay, so Tony took the 6 out of the way. Play the 5-7 combination. It's almost straight in. I think that's what he's looking at. Little wave of the cue in that general area would suggest he's going to try the combination. Nice combination. Ooh, Ron kind of hopped that ball, almost like a little bit of a miscue there. Did not get the backspin on it that he wanted. Yes, there is another tournament here on October 14th at the V Lounge. However, I believe it's full. 550 Fargo and up 9-ball tournament. So we'll probably also try and stream that one. I think I've already got it in my calendar. Yep, already got it in the calendar. Bruce has drained it, and he's left that 12 ball to the left-hand side. If he can keep the cue ball under control and get a decent look at this 8, he's got a great shot to advance. And he can go home for the night. It's already 9 o'clock. They got a few more matches to play. They'll probably spark the final up tomorrow afternoon. Oh, no. He's just rattled a 12 and left Ron a long, hard cut on the 3. He's just going to play safe, try and knock that 3 ball over the side pocket. I don't blame him at all. And Bruce going to go for the long bank again. Just made one. He's made a couple of them in this in the last couple of matches that we've seen of his. So, you know, if he's working, if it's getting there, you might as well keep more. That's going to end up short though. Might go off the 3 in the side. He does make it, so no more obstacles in the road for Ron. But Ron's got a good starting ball in that 3. Roll forward. Just don't. Well, that'll work. That'll work. He's got angle to come off that 4, come back across the table. And should be able to draw a straight back off this. Well, it's come out a little bit, but now he can play the 8 in the same pocket. Oh, what are we doing here? The internet's messing up a little bit at the venue. Oh, Brad's made a nice shot, but then he got trapped behind another ball. And Ron not able to make the 8. He's going to leave it over the hole for Bruce. And that'll do it. Mr. Bruce will advance. Bruce Lorty will advance to the ace or to the final. While Mr. Ron DeLue will head over to the B side and wait the winner of several matches we still have going. Michael Murray and Howard LaFortune are up on table number 3. Brad Rauschio and Tony Hodgson are at it on our screen at the moment. Brad trying to figure a way to get out this 15. Trying to kick 3 rails. It's got to take a long 3 rails to bring it inside a diamond. This is going to be close. Oh, that was not a bad effort from there, sir. Not a bad effort at all. Oh, yes, you're right, Dave. They've got enough people, but not everybody has paid yet. So they're starting a wait list in case people don't pay, and then they'll be contacted on the wait list. Tony trying to get to the hill. Be a nice win over Brad. Whoever wins out of this match will face Kenneth Rivera. We'll be back in one moment, folks. Need to go get a beverage. All right. Well, it looks like Brad and Tony have stopped to have a break. So nobody's playing on the other tournament. I will take a look. What do we got going on here? Oh yeah, they're having a quick break. Okay, well, that's fine. That's fine. Back to, let's see, we got the Tournament of Champions coming up. That's the Invitational tomorrow. $40 entry fee, $1,000 added, race to 5 and 4. They will have, you know, that thing where you get to have a little extra fun, but we can't. Yeah, well, you know what I mean, right? Yeah, there's that thing they do before a tournament sometimes. Yeah. BCA rules, Fargo submitted, live streaming by yours truly. And doors will open at 9 a.m. And it is an invite-only tournament. So please do not contact Cody asking to get in. Just an article here about something that Kelly Fisher's going to be doing. Oh, did anybody see Jeremy Jones on the Joe Rogan show last week? That was pretty cool. Kind of interesting to see. Yep, they're just on a quick break, folks. They'll be back in a moment. Let's see. Let's add this. Let's do this. Hold on, gotta find the right capture. Okay, right there. There's our current 9-ball rankings. I believe the live 9-ball rankings is a 2-year accumulation, so that's last year and this year. That's why some of those fellas are still up there. And then on the right, you've got the Mosconi Cup 1-year list. FSR still continuing to have a great year. Feder Gorst starting to climb the rankings. Skylar Woodward for the first time in recent memory ahead of Shane Van Boening. Speaking of which, did Shane Van Boening play? Hold on, I got to get up to the top of this or this is going to take forever. This is the MVP Racks Open. Just seeing if Woodward or SVB played in it. EJ Usuri Jr. had a great run. Oh, I think we're back. Brad, sitting at 4, needs one more to get to the hill. So it's basically a race to 2 at this point. Brad stretches out the old wing. Gives it a crack. That's second ball break. Well, just trying to see if there was a stat on how many pro players break second ball, but there's not a lot of professional 8-ball. Mostly 9-ball, 10-ball, one pocket, straight. Well, probably straight pool and 8-ball are about the same. Now, can Brad knock that 12 ball off that 14? It'd be a heck of a fortuitous thing to have happen. Well, now everything goes. You just have to be in the right spot for it. I think I like the 10. Play the cue ball back into the middle for the 11 or the 12. Maybe you get lucky and land on the 15. He's going to take that 12 ball up past the 1. He's hit it nice. Does he have the steam? He doesn't have the steam. That's going to be a foul. No rail. No rail after contact. Yep. You can watch it back on YouTube. He had it nailed. He just needed 6 more inches of travel out of that 10 ball. In the meantime, Tony. Oh, the Clark and Michael match? That was a while ago, wasn't it? Oh, that notice was 2 hours ago. Oh, that's crazy. Didn't see that notification come in. Sorry, Kim. Brad's not going to be happy with that. He's knocked that 4 ball into the road of the 13. It's going to require moving to get it back out of there. He may elect to try and bank it from there. Or he could shoot the 11 and try and draw into it. That makes a little bit more sense. Well, you can take that 15 and draw into the 13 now if he likes. It's there. You kind of have to picture in your head how these things are going to go. Okay, now on this one, you're trying to come up and break it out that way. You could come out this way. Right. Can you still see the 10? If you can see the 10, I'm trying to draw into that rail. And then into that stack. It's going to hit it 2 square. Is it me or does the 13 look a little flat? Oop. Well, the 13's out. And Tony's got a 5-6 cluster that doesn't go. He's going to have to deal with. Wow. I thought that 3-ball looked a little wide, but I thought for sure it was going to drop. That's crazy.
There's a force that can't be hidden inside of me. Try and tame it, and you will fail. You'd be better off if
We're 2 matches behind on the bottom of the B side.
you can try to shut out a woman like me,
Oh, is Brad still going to make it? He's still going to make it. No, I thought it was drifting in. Well, we're definitely not going to finish tonight, guys. Might get one more match in after this because I think they're supposed to close at 11. I don't know. Deepak? You talking about that 3-ball there, David, hanging up in that corner pocket? Yeah, it looks a little funny to me, but tough to tell from here. Tony with picture perfect position on the 8. Down it goes. 4-2, he's on the hill. Oh, hopefully he doesn't get bit by that side pocket or that corner pocket again. And at least he made it through. Tony with a good break. Decent spread on the balls, and he's got a high ball down in this bottom side pocket.
You were on my mind today for the first time in a long time, and I pulled out my phone and rang. I hope you don't mind, but hear your voice and I freeze. Hello.
In the meantime,
You say to me,
Dave and Howard.
and I open my mouth to speak, saying I don't mean to call you out of the blue.
Dave going for the 15-11 combination.
Usually do.
Gets it and gets them both. But he hooks himself on the rest of his balls. Oh, wow, that's unlucky. Good to see him smiling about it, though.
out of the blue. And then we talk for hours, catching up on everything. We both changed in the best ways, and this could turn into anything. And as we wind down, you say it's nice to hear from you now. And I swear that you could hear me smile, saying, I don't mean to call you out of the blue. This isn't something that I usually do, and you might not believe me, but I swear that
Howard probably trying to. Oh, I thought he was going to draw off the 7. Maybe he'll draw off the 4. Try and break that 2 out.
to be sad, but now I'm
He's just going to come around and take a look, see what kind of angle he's got on it.
I don't mean to call you out of the blue. This isn't something that I usually do, and you might
Brad trying to run that
believe me,
4 ball all the way down, but it went. I thought that was going to rattle. Wow.
but now I'm out of the blue.
I was playing on diamond tables the other day, so
But now I'm out of the blue.
if it's not snug to that rail, I'm just expecting it to not make it. Brad lining it up to check it out. Wants to see if he can get in on that 7 off this 1. 17658. Oh, that's going to bounce out too much. Well, he can get back there with the 5. And as a matter of fact, if he can spin up for the 6 off this 5, that'd probably be better, because then he could take the 5, 6, 7, 8. This'll work. Well, I don't mind that at all. He's got angle on the 6. Just top spin, little top right, come right between the. Well, I was thinking 913, but that's going to go a little long. Well, the good part about this, you can still cut this 8 ball to the top right corner pocket. That 15 ball is going to use, or you're going to use that 15 ball as a break for your cue ball. Should slow it down a little bit. To make it hill. Oh, and Brad. I'll be surprised if he gets to see that 8 ball again. Howard going to take the 3-2 combination. Needs to make sure he doesn't hit that 8 and get stuck behind it as well. Yeah, he's done a good job of that. That 8-ball's gonna roll into the road and cause all sorts of havoc for Dave. You couldn't plan that any better. Brad going for the kick. And yeah, he's missed it. Ball in hand for Tony. Howard going for the bank. That looks good. Howard on the board. Tony finding his way through the rack. I know you don't want to take that ball that's in front of that pocket there, but you know, it's got to go sometime, and you might as well work from one end of the table to the other. Oh, Tony hangs up the 14 ball, but it bounces out. Doesn't give Brad anything. He's got a bank side, bank corner maybe, but the cue ball is going to go racing if you try for the bank corner, because you've got to get a lot of speed on that 8-ball in that position. It's not a bad effort for the bank to the side. Tony's basically got the long bank. That's not a bad idea. Bank your last ball towards the ball that's closest to the 8-ball. Never a bad idea. Brad going for the bank side. Or did he call the bank corner? I think that's the bank side. Oh, he's playing safe. That's not a bad leave there. Howard tried to run the 2 all the way down, didn't get it done. That'll bring Dave back to the table. Tony trying to figure out a way he can make that 10. Hangs it up. Leaves Brad a fairly routine 8 in the corner. He might have to stretch a little bit for this. Take your time. There it is, right in the heart. It's now a hill match. Meanwhile, Howard back at the table on the right-hand side, trying to cut the 7 into the side pocket. And he is successful. Is the cue ball going to give him another look at anything else? And it is. It's come out. 6 ball can work. Draw it into the rail. Get a little bit of angle going to the right off this 3. Just a little bit of draw. You don't want to hit this too hard. Just enough to still be rolling backward when it hit the 6. But he's hit it 2 straight. There's another clustered set of balls. There's only 2 matches underway. These 2 on your screen. We've got a few more to play, but the bottom half of the bracket's been lagging just a little bit. It's all Brad's fault. I'm just kidding, Brad. It's good to see you still playing, sir, and playing well as well. Used to play Brad in the tournaments in the lower mainland here, gosh. 16, 17 years ago. That's crazy. Did I just say those words out loud? Whew. Now I'm old. Oy boy. Tony with a nice kick. Wasn't quite able to get it to drop. Staff members cleaning up. Dave to get on the board. That'll get it done. In the meantime, Brad with the same shot at the 9 as he just had on the 8 in the last game. Keywall will have some speed off of this one if he tries to cut it into the bottom right corner. And then Tony. It's funny. Like that little bit of the table, so clustered. Howard with the break. He's made a ball. Splashed them around the table. Off and running. That's a good break. Well spread out. He's got lots of options there. Brad just bumping that 11 ball out. Now he can do something with it next time, maybe. Tony evaluating the table. Nice cut from Tony. How does that not go in? I thought that was drained. Wow. What can Brad do here? I think it's just the 11 ball trying to spread them apart. Hit this with some pace. 8 ball's not going to go on the side. He's already got a high ball blocking it. Dave, meanwhile, walking around the table, taking a look. figuring out angles. Oh, that was a light one. Tony trying to cut the 5 up the rail. He is successful, and he's going to come around and get a look at the 7. He's got to figure out a way to break that 2 and the 4 out, though, and go after it now with the 3 in the bottom right. Or he could come off the 1, 2 rails, or come off the 1 rail, come down table. Well, that's going to make it difficult. Dave's hoping for a bigger bounce than that. Can he bank it to the side? Leave the cue ball right there, draw it back and shoot the 8 up in the top left corner. Or is he trying to cut it in? Oh, maybe he's trying for the side. That's a tight pocket from there. That looks good, though. Nice shot, Dave. It is not an easy ball to pocket from that angle. Can he finish it off? Brad's made the 8 in the corner for the loss. Hill. And he taps the 8 in the side, sorry. And there it is, Dave getting his second one. Ouch. Unfortunately for Brad, that's going to knock him out of the tournament. But Tony Hodgson will move on to play Kenneth Rivera. This is going to be the last match that I stream, folks. Well, actually, it might not be. Might not be. Hey, I'll tell you what. I'm going to take a break for the rest of this match and then come back and we'll see where we're at. We're only scheduled to go to 11, but they might go till midnight or 1 o'clock, depending on what the bar says. In the meantime, I'm going to go take a little break. It's been 3 hours since the last one, so Enjoy, folks. I'll be back shortly. Sorry, folks. I didn't make it back in time. Well, it looks like they aren't done. I guess he was on the hill, and they just didn't mark it done. Ooh. Tony just about gets to 1 there.
There's a power the I can't see. There's a force that can't be hidden inside of me. Try and take
Oh, hold on now. What did I do with my phone?
will fail. You'd be better off if you would just exhale. You can try to shut out a woman like me, but in time, no doubt you'll wake up and see.
Oh well.
Go to your head like a good book that you read and can't forget. I go to your head, got you tripping over words that you said. You're turning red because I go to your head. I'm a mother, I'm a child. I'm a river that is winding and wild. I have given more than I
Okay, they are back. I thought they were gone for a minute there. So
know. I won't be shaken.
2 matches going.
Try to shut out a woman like me, but in time, no doubt you'll wake up and see.
It's like Kenneth Rivera and Tony Hodgson, and then Howard LaFortune and Dave Unger. Hill on the big table, and they've just started on the left-hand table. And it looks like they're going to play the final 4 tomorrow. So we'll have one more match after this. And it will be the winner of Kenneth and Tony versus Clark Hayes. And then we're going to call it a night. Then they'll have the B semifinal, the B final, and the actual final tomorrow. So 3 matches tomorrow. I think he said they're going to start about 4 o'clock. Kenneth has got to try and hold that cue ball inside the 3, but it's going to let go. It was always going to be tough to hold that cue ball there. It's almost better off to go further and come back. In the meantime, Mr. Unger. Just taking a walk around the table, trying to see if he can figure out the pattern. It doesn't always jump out at you. Trying to take the 3 in this bottom right corner. That looks good. Now he can take the 2. I'm not sure if that cue ball goes past, or sorry, the 1 ball goes past the 9 or not. Dave's going to walk over and take a look. Not too hard to move that 9. If he can play that 2 into the left corner pocket, just come straight in, bump that 9 over a little bit this way, leave the cue ball right there. You have the 1 on the side. That's a lot of work to do for 1.
swear that you could hear me smile, saying I don't mean to call
with one cue ball, but it can work, and he's perfect. I'm not up on the beam. Hey, Deepak, this isn't up on the big screen there, right? I didn't just draw and he looked up and goes, "Oh, it's a great idea," and then go shoot it. That's not happening, right? It's not on the big screen there. I gotta stop using the telestrator for this. Tony and Kenneth tied at 1. Tony to break. Key ball here. Dave's gonna lose the cue ball though. That's gotta stop. If he can see the 4 in the side, he can still play the 4 on the side and just bump the cue ball into the 5. But you've got to slow roll it. If you hit it with any speed, your cue ball's not gonna, or the cue ball's gonna stay on the tangent line. It's gonna miss the 5.
Oh, it used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue.
Tony jacked up over the 13, trying to draw or hold the cue ball on the 5. Well, he's gonna have the 4 for sure. Or is that the 2? That's the 4 down here. Howard working through the table. He's got a bit of work to do. That 14, 11. Is that 11 up there? I think that's going to be a bit of a challenge. Nice 15 ball though. Oh boy, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Okay. Yeah, just changing some mouse settings, which seemed to pause the computer, so I was a little worried I might have crashed it. Because you know what happens every time you change a setting, right? whole computer goes and cries and wants to run away and hide. Dave, with the win, has eliminated Howard. And can do no worse than 4th place. Howard finishes tied for 5th, 6th. So good tournament, Howard. Nicely done. Good shooting. We'll focus on the one table. Tony fouls, trying to kick at the 3 ball. Tony and Kenneth both just racing to 3. Might be one more match after this one. Oh, okay. Deepak will let us know if we got one more match. This may be the last one of the evening. It's getting close to 11 o'clock. And he's going to play the top 4 tomorrow for sure. Kenneth needs to miss that side pocket. Oh, wow. That doesn't make you jump a little bit. Not much will. Okay, one more match after this. I don't mind coming up here taking the 15. You just got to make sure you don't roll too far. Either that or you come back for the 13. Don't even try and hold it for that other ball. Just come back for the 13. I see now trying to make that ball and hold for the 13 is going to be a challenge. Might as well draw right off the 13. Or don't try and hold it. Go up and down. He spun it 2 rails. Trying to keep it where he could cut it to the right. He's got the bank side. The only problem is he's only got just over half a pocket. Or you can cut it in that middle pocket as well. You know what? I think that I do not mind the safety. You bank the 13 onto the 3 and you just leave the cue ball there. Hopefully you get the safety. There you go. That's not a bad effort. Not a bad effort. You've really taken that bottom left corner pocket away. And you're forcing him to cut it up into that top left pocket, which is a much harder shot. Tony's going to have to pull something out of the bag to make this one. It doesn't still go in that bottom left corner, does it? No, he's looking at that top left corner on our screen. It goes. It's just going to have to be a hell of a shot. Not a bad effort. Not a bad effort at all. Think you can cut it into the top right. Just draw the cue ball back into here and spin it back out. That's what he tried to do. Oh, and he got lucky. He's waved an apology wave because that is not what he was trying. But he's ended up giving Tony nothing on the 3. He's going to have to kick at it. Wouldn't this be something if Tony kicks it in? But can he see the edge of it? He's going airborne. Legal hit. Well, that's not a sellout. He should be able to cut this in, but it is thin, and anything can happen when you're hitting it thin. I don't think that was my... Oh, that could have been my cell making noise. Just a little bit of right hand sliding, just like a half a tip width. Oh, he tried to play safe. Okay, I didn't see that coming. Tony's on the hill. He keeps moving on. There we go. That's how we've got where we've got. How we've gotten to where we are is probably a better way to say that, if marginally. Oh, Kenneth, it's just not getting the rolls. Almost the last ball moving is the cue ball falling in the side pocket. Tony on the hill. Got a bit of work to do. Sneaks the 1 ball through. Clears out a path for the 8. Yeah, he could be off and running here. A 3 ball again in that pocket. It just does not want to fall. Look at that. The thing looks like it's ready to just die. I don't know what's holding it up. And Kenneth's looking at it going, what is that still doing on the table? There's a little creature in there holding it up with 1 finger. Vicious. Anything can happen. I'll be right back. All right. Back again. Sorry about that. Tony. Trying to figure out that cluster down there with the 5. Yeah, might be an idea to bank your 4 onto it. Yeah, there you go. Oh, kicks the 4 and hangs it up in the pocket. He's got horrible luck with hanging balls in the pocket tonight. The 3 ball a couple of times in that upper right pocket. Kenneth made the 9. Nice shot. Perfect speed. Now, can he capitalize it? Can he draw off this 10? And I guess no real need to draw off of it. Call the combination. The 5 will push off the 14 out of the way. If, oh, you needed to hit that 13 that so that it would stay in the road. This will be an incredible shot if it works out. He's going to kick at the 13 and then bank it across to the other side. Oh my gosh. You've got to be kidding me. Kicks it and hits it perfect. It's dead straight in the heart. Wow. Shot of the tournament so far. Little kick bank. Oh. Oh no. Don't let that be the way it ends. I don't have high hopes though. This is pretty straightforward for Tony. Just don't let the cue ball get away from you here. That looks about right. And despite making what has to be the shot of the tournament so far, a kick cross side bank, Kenneth has been defeated and Tony will advance. Great effort. Okay, our last match. Clark going to 6, Tony going to 3. I think Clark made it into the A side semi-final, I believe, and where he lost to Bruce Lorty. And he's been waiting ever since. So here it is, our last match of the evening. Could take us a little bit of time. It is 5 to 11. Race to 6 is usually a little over an hour. But that's if both players are going to 6. 6 to 3 could be a shorter one. Clark tried to break that 8 out a little bit. Double kissed the 1. Didn't get where he wanted to be. Oh, he's still going to make the 10. Now he's got the 15. Oh, it's the 11. He's got to do something with the 11 here. Oh, wow. I thought that 14 was going to drop, but it just kind of, it started to drift away from the side rail. So that'll bring Tony in. He's got the 2 ball to work free, the 4 ball and the 1 ball. So 3 out of 7 balls need to move before he can make them. Well, for sure, 2. Theoretically, you could get in behind the 2. Seven ball off the horn. Clark still not with an easy out. He's jammed right up on the 15. So he's going to try not to follow through. That's a good hit. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh, wow, that was close. Anytime you hit both horns on a side pocket from that angle, you did not miss by much. Tony's time to put some work in.
You know I never get excited when I find my room lighted by the glow of a TV screen. And nobody ever told me that in times when I'm lonely I should call, baby, how you been? And tonight was something different, a little hint of licorice, a voice.
Going to the bank. Nope. He's just going to give it a little bump. He's going to make Tony do the work now. Can't tell if Tony's going to shoot the 5 or he's just going to bump the 1. Shooting the 5. Well, he's got a great option now. Well, I can't really tell from this angle, but it looks like he could cut the 4 in with a little bit of siding and get that cue ball into the 1. That looks like what he's going to do. If you put top on this, it could get to the rail quicker. And for those of you who might be interested, Ronnie O'Sullivan is in another final, the Shanghai Masters against Luca. I I know I should know his full name. It's just slipping my mind right now. Clark with the first one. Now I gotta look it up. Luca Bracel, I think it is. Luca Bracel, yeah. Just defeated Neil Robertson, and Ronnie O'Sullivan took out Mark Selby 10-7. How's this for some prize money? The winner of the Shanghai Masters Snooker Tournament will win £210,000. Runner-up will be £105,000. Snooker fans are rabid, man. It's awesome. I love snooker. Wish I had more time to play. Speaking of play, Clark needing to cut this one in and then hit the 7. Doesn't go. He's got to push it towards that top left corner pocket. Make it work. Oh, well, he slid that one into that corner and held the cue ball for the 7 in the bottom right. Looks like the 8 ball is going to the side pocket and Clark will have a 2-0 lead. There it is. Not wasting any time. Clark jumps out to a 2-0 lead. Thanks for all the likes and the shares, folks. Much appreciated. Been a long day, but it's been fun, especially sitting here watching guys play good position like Clark just did, and in the match before that with Kenneth's kick bank. Man, I was hoping he was gonna make that 8 ball. It's just when you make a shot like that, it's just an extra letdown when you don't actually win the match. It can be tough. Clark, I'm not wasting any time. Oh, he would have preferred a little bit nicer result on that, but at least he doesn't have to stretch too badly to reach this 14. Is it gonna drop? It's not gonna drop. Hangs up in the corner. I like the way this Clark fella plays. Not a lot of dawdling. Two ball hangs up. And right there to finish this rack off. Clark, not messing around. Can he slide between the 1 and the 7 and take that 13 in the side or the corner? Either one works. Probably take the corner just because that way I can get the cue ball towards this end rail or side rail. Ooh. Triple horned the corner pocket. Oh, push the 4 ball off the horn, trying to keep the cue ball there for the 1. Okay, Clark. 13 in the corner, 14 in the corner, 8 in the corner. And we're on to game through 4. Straight up off the end rail. Whew, I thought that was gonna hang up. 3-0. It is running late, so Clark is not messing around. Excuse me. Oh, the color of money. Oh man, that would be... I don't have the energy to watch that right now, but that would be awesome. Iconic opening scene. I believe that scene was actually read by Martin Scorsese himself. Classic players in that one too. Keith McCready, Steve Mizrak was in there. Who else was in The Color of Money? Some of the stars that had, or the pool players that had cameos in it. Brady Matthews was in it, I think. Well,